Okay, folks, I hope you can hear me. I hope you can see me. I got a lot of slides, you guys. I'm backed up for 2 weeks on Ezra, so we got to make sure that we get through this. And also, let me just say this. After all of the hell that I went through, and this hotel is no longer acceptable whatsoever, I could not sleep here. There's just so many EMFs in Banff now. There's so many hotels. There's so much Wi-Fi. I only slept for 2 hours. I do not trust that it's just the air handler outside my window. So I am not doing another Sunday. I'm skipping next Sunday, and I will do a show after I get home. Okay, because I'm getting home maybe on Monday. Maybe I'll delay it another day to just keep the DS on their toes. Who knows? But right for now, what I want to do is make it as difficult for them as possible to do airline sabotage on me, because what's happening is very concerning. Obviously, this is very real. Yeah, the guy had his passport ransomed, and then he had to try to get another one, and they actually did give him one. Finally, he was able to get that sorted out. So, back to our content. Yes, I'm going to skip next Sunday so I can actually enjoy my vacation, and I will do a show after I get home. That being said, I am very, very excited about the big picture right now. There are incredible things going on, and it's happening in real time, and it keeps getting more and more interesting all the time. And I believe it's very intrinsic to say that November is not at all going to be what we think it is. I am not expecting any of the normal stuff that we seem to be building up to play out. I am not expecting that there's going to be even the typical thing that you would do of going to the booth. I don't think that's going to be happening. And thank God, in a way, right? It's like, you guys probably agree with me. I am so tired of waiting for this. I am so tired of waiting for something to happen, doing these shows on the same content week after week, which is something is going to happen in the future. What is it going to look like? You know, I want to get to the point where we have results, because every week that I do this, I feel like I'm risking my life. I don't want to be involved in any relationship because the other person wouldn't be able to tolerate the level of jeopardy that we're under. So I'm just keeping it as a solo quest right now. But I want to also point out again that most people have no idea what is actually going on and what is November. It is actually, we are seeing a war going on between two factions, the DS and what I call the Alliance. And to get to the point of today's talk and last week's talk, I believe that both of the sides in this war have actual reverse-engineered spaceship technology. And I've met dozens of insiders who have shared various details on this. So my company, Stavati, is working to bring this technology, this suppressed technology, into the public domain. So what am I saying? I'm saying that I met many different insiders going all the way back to, my gosh. Well, the first one was Dr. Bruce Perrett, who wanted to be known as Montauk Daniel. He was my first in-person real insider, and he showed up at L&L Research when I was living there in Louisville, Kentucky, in a little town called Anchorage, where Jim and Carla were a married couple and had their house. I moved in starting in, what was it now? It would have been 2003 in January is when I first moved in. And they had something called the Homecoming, and then that I ended up moving in with them, living in their house. That was the best way to get close to the law of one, is to actually live with the people who did it, and I did that. It was an incredible pedigree to have, to be able to live there and be directly involved with them. So we created a cover story for Montauk Daniel that I met him at a Denny's in upstate New York. That was not true. He actually did show up at L&L in December of 2003. And then in the following spring, we moved to L&L's private land called Avalon. And I rented a house that was a mile and a half away from Avalon. And it was literally like a double-wide trailer that didn't have any wheels. That was the same exact structure. And I was living in a little tiny hick town called Milton, Kentucky. And if you went into the convenience shop before you go over the bridge into Madison, Indiana, the cigarette smoke inside this convenience shop was so thick it would curl around you, and you would have to basically burn your clothes if you even walked into the store. But then you went over to Madison, Indiana, it was actually a pretty nice town. So this was very, very rural, to put it as politely as possible. It was very, very rural. But in the process, I got to know Bruce, who wanted to be called Montauk Daniel, and he was my first insider, and he had apparently worked on the Montauk Project. So the reason why I knew so much about this is that, you know, I took him on as a housemate. I basically paid for everything. I financed him staying in my house. And in the process, we would talk about inside intel every night. Captain Edgar 1987 just donated $6. Thank you very much. So Bruce was my first real insider, and he told me all kinds of things, that the Montauk Project apparently was real. They'd gotten a seed out of a UFO. They hooked it up to a huge power supply, and they were able to create portals that you could send people through, and they would travel through space and time. And this is what the UFO does. If you're in the ship seat, the seat itself tunes into your consciousness, sends you where you need to go. He got there in 1981, and he left in 1983, at which point they called it Phoenix 3, and it was at Brookhaven National Laboratories. That was the person he got, that was the entity he got checks from, so he said it was Brookhaven, and it was in Long Island. So he claimed they were working on really strange stuff, and he showed me all of the episodes of Stargate SG-1. We watched that together. He said there was lots of disclosure in there. He talked about a group called the AESIR, A-E-S-I-R, that came from an asteroid surrounding a pulsar, and that they were one type of grays, I guess, and that group was actually featured in Stargate SG-1 in the first season. So I got a lot of inside intel from him, including the idea that Atlantis was real, that it was Antarctica, that it had been, the Earth was on a different axial tilt, and then it tilted, and Antarctica got flooded over. It was Atlantis, it got flooded over, and then the water froze into ice. And I was just starting to learn about this stuff from other sources. Graham Hancock had talked about it. He gave independent confirmation on that and many other things. And then it wasn't until, I guess, 2007 that I met my next personal insider. That was when I was at a Richard C. Hoagland event, and I met Richard's top insider who'd fed him all kinds of stuff, and he told me that the whole solar system was a cosmic junkyard. There was many, many things that overlapped with Montauk Daniel. But I should also say, I did go to the Disclosure Project in 2001 rather. I went there. It was Dr. Stephen Greer's big event. He had 39 inside whistleblowers. So you got to, I did hang out with people for the whole week when I was there. And somebody just sent me a profane text. It's kind of a funny one, but I can't read it to you. One of my insiders just sent me a text that included the F word. He doesn't know I'm on the air right now, obviously. It shows up as this, you know, on the Apple computer, you get something on the sidebar. So yeah, there was 39 different insiders who showed up on May 9th, 2001 for the, there he is again. Showed up on May 9th, 2001 for the Disclosure Project. I went to the May 10th thing. I met Dr. Kayla Rosen, who we're going to see again. And she was the one who warned that the final deep state card would be the false alien invasion. They've got the technology. There's different ways they can do it. They have big floating blimps that look like triangles. That's the TR-3B. They've got holographic technology, which is your classic notion of Project Bluebeam. Right for now, this is still something I can get away with talking about. I don't know how much longer that's going to be the case. It sure looks like their back is against the wall and they're getting ready to do something now. So remember, I met 39 insiders, all of Dr. Greer's top people. I had private sit-down conversations with them, almost all of them, because we were there for the whole week until Saturday is when there was another big event. And then I'd already met all those 39 people. Then I met Daniel. Then in 2007, I met this other guy we call Bruce. And then right after that, I got involved with Project Camelot, and I met many of the top Project Camelot insiders, and they had dozens of insiders. And there was one guy that there were two guys they had who didn't want to talk to the public. There was Henry Deacon, and there was Jacob. And they called him Jake Simpson. Jake, I don't really like that name, so it sounds too much like Snake, so I just changed it to Jacob. So yeah, Jake Simpson and Henry Deacon were Project Camelot insiders from 2007. Jake Simpson, i.e. Uncle Jack, actually showed up when we were having dinner with Carrie Cassidy, and I think Bill Ryan was there too, at the Inn of the Seventh Ray, beautiful restaurant in Topanga. And he came up to me and said he was Jake Simpson. I kind of scoffed and said, yeah, I don't know if I believe the Jake Simpson stuff. And that was really like a challenge to him. So then I ended up, he showed me he said some interesting things to me that night. And one of the weird things that happened to me was that when he shook my hand, half of his face, it was a psychic projection. It wasn't a literal shapeshift, but half of his face, if not at some points the whole face, turned into a reptilian alien look. That had not happened to me ever before. It really, really freaked me out. And he had this big grin on his face while he was doing it. I don't know if it was a thought projection or something, and he told me later that he worked with these Dracos directly, and you have to be able to project something that scares them. So he was, I guess, showing me his telepathic thought ability. Well, I'd never seen this David kind of stuff, you know, the other guy, Ike, with the other name. It was extremely terrifying. And, you know, you can laugh if you want to, but this really did happen to me. It was very, very crazy. I'd never had anything like that happen before. One of my girlfriends had a cat-like panther face that showed up over her face while we were intimate together. That did happen. That's the only other time I'd ever seen anything like that before, but it was more like a cat. It was still freaky, but it wasn't as scary as this. This was a full-blown, scary, scaly, green reptilian face. It really freaked me out, and I had never believed that that stuff was real. Then I said, okay, why don't you come to my house and let's talk about what you know privately, where we're not fighting against everybody else over this dinner conversation. Oh, Marcia Wood said, I donate $50. I just said goodbye to my sweet Winston. He was my best friend over 15 years. He also died of old age. His spirit shows up often. Do you sense girly? Absolutely. I still do. So I brought Jacob to my house, and he started to show me very interesting things. He showed me hundreds of pages of bank accounts that were owned by the top bloodline family, the Roths. And what was weird about it was that they all pretty much had the same password. It was lowercase EQUITY and then a 1 to 3 digit number. They were usually 2 or 3 digits. A couple of them were 1 digit. It seemed like, and the amounts of money that were in these accounts were, you know, 20 billion, 40 billion, and there was just pages and pages and pages and pages and pages of this stuff. I don't see how he could have faked something like this. The other thing that was really strange was he showed me a real picture of what was on Mars. It was much better than the Richard Hoagland stuff. It did not look like it was on Earth. It was apparently taken by the Germans with their original Bell craft. And it was very detailed, intricate architecture. It was way more convincing than the face on Mars, the pyramids on Mars. That was incredible. That picture alone was totally insane. The hair stood up on my arms. Another thing that was even more bizarre was he was going to build this housing community in Australia, and it had a huge underground component. I'm not going to say the name because it might give away something. But you have these condos on the surface. They were in this big kind of sinuous strip. And then there was this huge underground city that was like a build-out. And he just started flicking through it really fast. I saw probably 100 different pages of blueprints of a massive underground facility. And that would have cost millions of dollars to draw up those blueprints. It was utterly and amazingly convincing, and it never went online. Michael Larson just donated, what is the story and the status with Corey Good? Well, yeah, as you all know, Corey had his court deposition, and in the deposition, which then leaked online, he said that he fabricated his claims. He has since said that he had to do that for the lawsuit. The point is there's there's a problem with his material because of that happening, and I can't put it in the same category as everything else anymore because of that. I do still support him. I wish him all the best, but there are people whose credibility is unimpeachable, and that's what I ultimately ended up doing, and hence I ended up joining Stavati, where we're working to build this technology and bring it out into the public domain. So I got involved with Project Camelot, and Jacob is showing me hundreds of pictures of these underground facilities, of blueprints that would have cost millions of dollars to make. And he also showed me very compelling photographs of the White House. And this was specifically the Oval Office in the White House before Obama was about to be brought in. And they had a picture of this manila envelope that they left on the desk for him. And it was an 8.5 by 11 envelope, and it had in handwritten pen the number, I believe, 44. It was whatever his number was as president. I think since T was 45, he would be 44. So it had a 44 scrawled on it. And what he told me was, mate, this has got all the secret stuff in there that told him that he's controlled by us and he has no power whatsoever. Whoa. I mean, it was very bizarre. It was very bizarre that he had all these pieces of evidence that he could show me. These bank accounts, the pictures of the Oval Office with this threatening envelope on it, the pictures of the underground bases, the pictures of the thing on Mars. He started, and he took me onto Google Earth, and he showed me some Area 51 type of stuff. He knew right where it was because he'd been there in Australia. There was one on the northern side of the west coast. You zoomed in on it, it's like, whoa, this is some weird, huge military base. And you could see it on Google Earth. We talked about Diego Garcia. We talked about Pine Gap, all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, somebody said, I love how these people that refute conspiracy have nothing but emotional insults to throw. That's true. The data is unimpeachable, and pretty soon, I wanted to get out of the speculative realm and bring this into the public domain. We actually do have, again, Project Camelot, after I met Henry Deacon, after I met Uncle Jack. Carrie found Pete Peterson in 2009. She sent me an audio recording of him. I was totally blown away by this. I said, we need to get out there to Idaho and meet this guy right now. So I paid for that whole trip. I paid for Carrie's flight. I paid for my flight. I paid for the hotel. We went out there, and I created this relationship with Peterson. Peterson got really mad because he wanted to redact some of the things he said in the video, and he was waiting for confirmation, and then they just went ahead and published it anyway. So some of the stuff in that original Camelot video got Pete in a lot of trouble. He lost his pension, he lost his retirement, and he ended up bankrupt from this because he got them so pissed off in the inside community. But he introduced me that same year to Chris Beskar, 2009. He said, this is the best builder of spaceships and airplanes in the world that we know of. Wow. And I was invited to join Stavati back then. And, I didn't, because I'm like, well, what am I going to do with a jet business? I'm so busy being David. I don't have any time for this. But by 2018, I had a dream where my grandfather said, you need to join this company, and so I did. So we have since been working to raise money, and we've now gotten to the point where we have 4 really huge things going on all at the same time. There were 2 deadlines that certain institutional investors ignored. There was one deadline that was for September 10th that was with a Baltic country that we're going to do MiG-29 upgrades for. There was another deadline for our largest institutional investor for September 15th. I was on this trip, and both of those deadlines got blown off. It was heartbreaking because I keep telling you guys it's about to happen. But now we know that both of these deals are actually imminent. And there's others that are happening as well. We have a country that we're going to be partnering with for aircraft manufacturing. It's a European country. So we'll be able to do our aircraft upgrades over there. We're not going to have to ship everything over here. It's very exciting because our company has the knowledge of how to do the Navy anti-gravity patent, which I'm going to show you again in just a minute here. And those patents are real. So you can actually learn a lot about technology, about the universe from Salvatore Pais. And I just watched another one of his videos recently, and he really blew me away with some of the physics stuff he was talking about, that he has independently derived that the strong force, which is what holds the, protons and alleged neutrons together in the nucleus of the atom, the strong force and the gravitational force are equivalent in his equations. And that gets back to this whole idea that atoms are powered by gravity and time is powered by gravity. Space-time itself is a gravitational flow. And Sal is talking about how there is this aspect of physics called the Schwinger limit. And once you pump in a certain amount of energy into an area of space, you get these bleed-throughs of physics, what he calls the superforce. And so the superforce is a very exciting concept because it explains how wormholes can open. It explains how you get anti-gravity. It explains how free energy forms, and he's got patents on all this stuff. So my company is essentially doing the most dangerous thing there is, which is that we want to generate hover cars for you. And this technology is real. It's not something that's publicly known about yet, but it's already been disclosed. And so now, thank God, we have two deals that are both imminent. Either one of these deals is enough money that we're going to be able to start prototyping a hover car. So people can talk all they want. They can say, oh my God, Corey said in court, da-da-da-da-da, whatever. If it flies, you can't debunk that. If it's an actual hover car that uses anti-gravity, nobody's ever going to be able to be a skeptic again and say, oh, David is a con artist, David's making it up. That's why I wanted to go in this direction, because if all I do is talk theoretically about this stuff, we're never going to get anywhere. There's always going to be people saying, ha ha ha, David is a fake. It's not going to be fake once you have working hardware. And again, I believe a large amount of the UFOs that we're seeing are actually, oh, Schwinger limit. Party on Wayne, party on Garth, says Damon B. I know. Isn't it funny that it's called the Schwinger limit? You can't even make this up. Schwing, schwing. It is kind of ironic, isn't it? Somebody said something funny above that too. Equal parts cornbread mix or cake mix or even just powdered sugar with baking soda. Mice will eat it and they will fizzle out because they cannot burp. Wow, that's pretty nasty. Thank you for giving me murder methods online. Anyway, we're having a good day. I'm so glad that I'm able to talk to you guys. I'm sorry if the picture quality isn't the best it's ever been. Why not get a cat? No, the whole point is I'm going to need to travel, you guys. I need to travel to various foreign countries. Somebody said, how do I invest in Stavati? First super chat, ROC. Go to Stavati.com. We've got a lot of people lining up for that already. We are offering, I believe I can say this, we're offering a 50 cents a share stock deal right now. So I don't know what the minimum buy-in is, but you have to go and write in. That's not really my department. But again, the point is we have two deals that are both very imminent. And one of them could potentially, we don't know exactly what they want to do, but it might go up to $5 billion, which would fund about 30% of all the stuff that we have, and we'll get the best stuff done right away. So we can build power plants which have alternative energy that are much more effective than regular gas or any other solar or wind or anything we've got. We have some breakthrough battery technology that's got high energy density, 6x, potentially up to 30x. I've been very excited recently because I found out that there's now, not only do we have the silicon graphene anode, which creates the higher energy density, but now there's a lithium sulfur cathode. And the lithium sulfur battery is a whole new thing I only learned about last week. I don't know very much about it yet, but I know that these batteries don't explode. So we're going to be able to have batteries that are safe, that don't catch on fire, that have a higher energy density, and our company might end up becoming the exclusive distributor of that, which America needs a battery company. I mean, all the top battery companies are out of China. And so that's a very exciting thing, the lithium sulfur battery. This makes electric aircraft at least somewhat possible. We're still only probably going to be flying them at the certain energy density we have now. We might only be able to fly them like 450 miles at a time. So they'd only be useful for short commutes. But if we can get up to the 30x energy density, we might be able to fly them longer than that. As I said before, if you have an electric car with a 30x energy density in their batteries, you're talking about 9,000 miles of driving on one charge. And I've been to the company that does this. I've been to their office. I've talked to the owner. I was even involved with this through Pete Peterson before I got involved in Stavati. This battery technology was at least partially developed by Pete when he was working for Majestic. So we've got deals that are imminent, but at the same time, as you can imagine, the jeopardy level is very high right now. And so, you know, there's a very, very small number of people who are negative and hateful, but that's hardly anybody. And most of you guys understand that this is very real and that there's no greater risk than to try to get out the forbidden technology. The problem is, you're not going to have to pay Stavati any money to get your energy. Once you get one of our power plants, it's just going to run. It's just going to give you energy. We're not asking you for an energy tax or like that you got to pay us to keep using it. It's just going to work. Annie Scott says, David, would you please come to Brazil to talk to us? No. I'm not traveling anywhere that I don't absolutely have to. I was terrified to go this far on an airplane. I don't trust going anywhere. I really don't want to travel at all if possible until we get through this. 88-page document released this week discussing UFOs as plasma beings. Your thoughts? I haven't heard about that. It's interesting. So the problem is that we've had ongoing assassination attempts, as you know, has happened recently. But the real reason why this is happening is that this individual is a figurehead for the alliance. So people are getting all stuck in their politics. They don't really understand that there is a battle going on here and that he is a figurehead for what you could call Majestic. Now it's called Space Force. Mike Light just donated. Is financial security something everyone can reach after 2025? I do believe we're going to have a rapid healing, yes. And we're going to bring industry back to America. This was my plan that now 45 has talked about many times, where we're going to build new cities. We were going to build one in Wheatfield Business Park north of Niagara Falls. We probably still will. And then they expanded it to 10 cities, releasing federal land, and now he's talking about hover cars. And he says there's 10 different companies working on this. Well, our company is not going to use fans, propellers, or jet engines. We're only going to use anti-gravity. And I talked about Tesla turbines, and we've talked about the Salvatore Pais technology. So there's a lot of interesting things that we can do. And so again, if you're only looking at this situation that we see on the headlines right now as a normal political battle, you've completely missed the track of what's going on. This individual, as I said, is a figurehead for the people who actually have the technologies that I'm talking about. This is a very integrated, massive bureaucracy that has normally been completely unavailable to presidents, to anybody who's not on a need-to-know level, which means you got to have 35 levels above the President of the United States on your top secret clearance. And I believe that his status as a figurehead is the reason why he's been relentlessly attacked since 2015. And as you know, this battle has really reached a head recently, and we had good old Sleeper taken out of the race due to senility, and now it's very obvious that the heir apparent is being propped up. She is refusing most interviews. And that debate that I saw, just a couple minutes of it, I tuned in while it was live. It had already been going on, and that was right in the middle of while it's 3-on-1. The moderators are ganging up on him. They're very aggressive, and they were so-called doing fact-checking. Somebody said, we're so grateful for you, David, FLA Patriot. Thank you very much. Is this particular rapper the start of the collapse of the House of Cards? Absolutely. That's where we're about to get to. So you're jumping ahead on my slides. Anyway, she's tanking now because there's still these people who are asleep and they expect things to be fair and reasonable. They're not really aware of what's going on. They haven't paid enough attention to censorship. They haven't paid enough attention to the real problems that we're facing. And they're not aware that this particular individual is the person of choice for the security state. So this just came out this morning. Over 700 former high-ranking national security officials have endorsed her. Yeah, that's that's because that's their winning horse in the race. Now, since I did the last show last Sunday, we have a domino effect that has gotten started, as you can tell. If you've been paying any attention on X, I've discovered now that I can just go to X and just load the front page and just start reading the stuff that I see on the front page. And it is the ultimate rabbit hole. It is incredible. Just go onto your X, just log in and start reading. You don't even have to click on anything. You just go to the front page and just start reading it all the way down. At least for me, it's working fine. I am so blown away by what's going on because we already know that this has been the plan. I was briefed on this in 2009 by Pete Peterson. He told me that this group that has all the UFOs, they were aware that they are the only thing stopping us from being destroyed as a planet. They have advanced surveillance capability. That's where the NSA comes from. That's actually not the bad guy. They were framed up with the events that took place right in 2013 after the Mayan calendar end date involving Snowden. And so it turns out that they need that tech capability in order to be able to win this war. And so there's other groups that have it too, and we're looking at different agencies working against each other. So this arrest is much, much bigger than you think. The people who he was working with go all the way to the top. It looks like the previous situation involving an island was just the appetizer, and this is the main course. Already we're seeing an enormous number of resignations. A whole bunch of people are spontaneously stepping down. There's incredible fear, and I think this is why we're seeing all the attempts being made. I mean, it's like, oh, there was another attempt. Oh, okay, yeah, now there was this guy on the golf course. Oh, okay, now there was this bomb-sniffing dog who, maybe that was all it was, but there was some kind of thing in Long Island. Oh, okay, now there was these people, and they got either hit with chemicals or they got hit with a UV laser. And they were right on the stage with him. That's like 4 of them. And obviously, it doesn't make me too comfortable doing what I'm doing and knowing that this is going on. It's kind of amazing that I'm willing to keep going, and I think that the Alliance respects that. So again, many of the top names are implicated in this, but I want to point out, for the purposes of lawsuits that are already shooting around, threats of cease and desist, these are all rumors. They are unsubstantiated at this point, and it is too early to know which rumors are true. But we do know without any doubt that a massive sting operation is ongoing. And as I was told back in 2009 by Pete, before anybody knew about this, it's going to lead to a global moment of truth. What do I mean by that? As I've said many times before, we're looking at a vast covert operation. There's a lot of people who aren't aware of it. It doesn't matter. The way that it's coming out is through this candidate and the things that he's saying and the information that keeps showing up on the headlines, because you've got military law and military courts, and there's all this stuff happening with sealed indictments and secrecy. It's very exciting. It's very scary. And November is a hard out. I don't believe that we're going to have anything normal happen during that month. And then there's that whole component, which is, okay, what is the scenario that we've been told to expect? We've been told that we might get a power blackout. We've been told that we might have maybe even up to 10 days with no electricity, and I did a week in whatever it was, I guess May in Colorado. It was horrible. Even my little backup electric pump died after 3 or 4 days. I had no running tap water. You have to start learning how to do things differently. I had a liter-sized bottle, and I would put water in it, and I'd use it to wash dishes. and you couldn't flush the toilet. So I was peeing in my basement sink, and then I'd have to take the bottle and dump some of the water into the sink to get the pee to go down. It was too cold to go outside. It was really horrific. You know, I'm cooking on my stove with no ventilation, so gas is going into the house, the fumes. You have to cook something, and you can't go outside because it's too cold. So a prolonged power outage is a big pain in the ass. And I hope it doesn't turn into that. But that is part of why this is called Countdown to Shutdown. Rods of God destroying satanic buildings, bring on the EBS, praying for humanity, says FLA Patriot. I don't know if that's going to happen. I really don't. But we're going to see some of those quotes again. You know, no war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. If there was ever a moment that I thought that we were going to get a shutdown in society, it's going to be sometime between now and November. And so it was pretty insane for me to even take this vacation at all, because I'd rather just be home getting ready for this. And you guys have been warned many times. You want to have your stored food, your stored water. You want to be ready for maybe 10 days of living off of whatever you have. And I certainly am. I've got everything stored up. I'm ready to go. It sucks that my dog died because I loved having that security, but so be it. That's where I'm at. And we are expecting that your phone is going to start broadcasting emergency messaging system, and that there's going to be at least 7 videos. This is what I was told about way back when. Other briefings have said this too. And those videos are going to start explaining to everybody what was really going on. So what's already happening now, the fact that this individual got arrested and that all these people are resigning, apparently he had tapes of everybody. And so it's like the music industry's equivalent of whatever happened before with the island. It's really scary. I mean, on one level, it's exciting. I've been talking about this for a long time, but now that we're into the final stage, it is scary. I do feel some degree of peril and fear because, you know, we want this to go well, but we just don't really know what's going to happen yet. So I encourage you again to be as calm as possible, to try to practice meditative stillness in your life, to not let this thing rile you up too much, and to recognize that there is a greater purpose going on here. So what do we think is going to happen? We're thinking that there will be a moment where power goes out, where you get these messages on your phone. They tell you what was really going on, and they tell you that all these people are being or have been arrested. Once the lights come back on and once the television comes back on, it's not going to be like the news ever was before. They're going to be broadcasting something totally different, which guys like you and me, we're like, yeah, we knew all that. We've been talking about this for years. But the average person is going to be very, very surprised. So that's part of the scenario. But then overlaid on top of that is the possibility that the powers that were, Cassia Rose says, thank God for you and my family, love you. How do I buy your stocks? Again, go to Stavati.com. And I don't know what the minimum is to get in. Might be as little as 5,000. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But we did talk about somebody that was putting in that much for 50 cents a share. So that, I don't know if we're going to go any lower than that. Any thoughts on an EMP attack on the power grid by the DS? Said D Squared. I don't think that's going to be allowed to happen. I think that the Space Force has technology that could prevent that, I hope, and or the benevolent ETs. So let's talk about the next level of this. This group that is on the ropes now, that is being exposed now, I mean, I'm actually amazed that things are still holding together the way they are after this arrest took place. I'm biting my fingernails. I'm like, man, should I even be in Canada? Maybe I should get the hell out of here. I am going to hang out for the rest of my vacation. It's only one more week. Taco Fillings says, I was here live with you April 5th, 2020 on that fateful day. Also with you since your first books, dude. P.S. Proton, some place in Boulder is awesome. I don't want to say the rest. So, you know, these people who are on the ropes, they have UFOs, they have technology like that, they have spaceships that use anti-gravity, and they can do a pretty darn good fake with blue beam. So what will they do when they're out of time? What will they do when they've got no cards left to play? Well, apparently, according to Dr. Carol Rosen, who spoke to Wernher von Braun, the final stage is a fake alien invasion. So this whole thing, before we ever even get to the point of the emergency messaging or the power going out, the countdown to shutdown is the name of our talk today, right? Before we ever even get to that point, we might have some massive UFO event, or sky event, as it's been called. I would be very, very suspicious of any event that takes place. Anything that looks like it's UFOs, anything that looks like it's extraterrestrials, it is probably a big Hollywood fake job, similar to other events that we've seen. I don't need to say their names. One of them may have happened in 2001. Another one may have happened in the year ending in 20. It's not what you think. It's a big production. Are we going to see something like that? It's entirely possible. We've been given a lot of warnings about this. Now, if that were to happen, of course, it's going to be a global moment of truth like nothing you could imagine. And that gets into the next level of our discussion. What would happen if there is a mass sky event? What would happen if there's a fake alien invasion? And would this actually be allowed to occur? And the answer is no. I believe that the law of one is the preeminent source of intuitively derived material on Earth. And it says in there that, as I've been talking about it ever since 1996 online, is when I first started to talk about it online, when I began reading it. And it tied in everything I'd been reading for the previous 3 years. James Webb Scope, Phil Suber says, has found an exoplanet supporting life. It's also detected a large object coming towards Earth in our solar system and being tracked. Coming by 2027, will disclosure be earlier? Yes. Jack told me that one of the scenarios of how they were going to do the fake mass panic was that they would see an object coming into our solar system. The media would talk about it. It would become a worldwide panic. That was one of the scenarios I was given directly by insiders. And it does appear, as you just said, Phil, that it's now happening. So it's a very intense time. It's a very touchy time. I don't know what to expect. I don't know when to expect it. But I know that it's probably going to be before November. So I'm tripped out, I've got to say, because we can talk all we want, but this is going to be a global moment of truth. You are going to be completely blown away. And this gets into what the law of one and what my own source, Michael Prophecy, says, that this is going to trigger some type of global ascension event. Now, what does that mean? It turns out that, and this is something that the insiders told me too, that the laws of physics are dependent upon the observer. And this isn't just the wave-particle duality where, oh yeah, you know, if you look at it as a particle, it shows itself as a particle. If you look at it as if it were a wave, it shows itself as a wave. Okay, yeah, we've heard that so many times. I don't want to hear that one anymore. This is actually a macroscopic effect. One of the things that Jacob told me is that we just had another donation, Captain Edgar 87. I've been following you since 2012 in a synchronized way after I told my mom in Hebrew that I'm the Messiah. Well, I'm glad that you still have a relationship with your mother after doing that. We're all the Messiah. That's the thing. The Mashiach is that word, Messiah, and that's representative of everybody who's going through this ascension. And as I just said, the arrests are going to trigger this global ascension event. So it's going to change the physics. The point is, one of the things Jacob told me, one of the weirdest things he told me, is that the reason why people use a crystal ball or a magic mirror, which is just a regular mirror, for something called scrying, which is to actually try to see ghosts and entities or even demons, if you're working in black magic, the reason why that works is because the crystal ball or the mirror can get around the laws of physics that tell you that there can't be a being standing in the room with you. So you might be able to see a ghost in a mirror that you couldn't see in the room because the mirror bends the rules a little bit. And it allows for things to happen, you know, perceptions that would normally be subliminal or subconscious become achievable. So there is something to be said for the fact that when enough people have an awakening, that the laws of physics will change, and this will trigger a type of species evolution. There is an inertia being created on a worldwide level by the fact that we're holding it back, by people that don't believe in a higher power. They don't believe in extraterrestrials. They don't believe in angels, demons. And there's both. There's good and evil in the universe. Anybody who says that they're all good is very deluded, but anybody who says that they're all bad is equally deluded. We have lots of contact stories in the Bible. In Tibetan Buddhism, we have Padmasambhava, human extraterrestrial, as I've said before. So I received this contact beginning in 1996 with remote viewing, the Michael prophecies, and it told us, beginning in 2022, I began reading these readings that I had conducted, and they were talking about the present with prophetic accuracy, as I'll say in another slide here. Now, if you actually read the entire Michael prophecies, there are multiple indications in there that there's going to be these arrests, that there is going to be a global ascension, and they talk repeatedly in the books, as I was starting to just talk a little bit about last week, that there may be a fake mass UFO event to create distraction. So that's one level of the puzzle. And then another level of it is that we're getting these ever-increasing comms that this is actually going to happen. This is coming from the top source of the Alliance that I've been reading to you from week after week. And because I couldn't stream last week, we're 2 weeks behind. So I got to make sure I don't dilly-dally too much and I get right into this content. So again, bearing that in mind, we had Wernher von Braun saying the final card will be a fake alien invasion delivered to us by Dr. Carol Rosin. I met her at the Disclosure Project. We hung out 2 or 3 times. We had long conversations. This is her on stage at that event, and this is her with Dr. von Braun. She was his assistant, and she said, and I talked to her about this privately, that the powers that were are aware that the military is coming after them. They're aware that there's this ongoing effort to try to bring them to justice. It goes back to Iran-Contra in 1987. They were trying to do it then. That got stymied. You had Colonel Ollie North, and all this stuff came out about, oh yeah, we got the Contras and we got Iran, and oh my God. I mean, if you go back and study that, it's crazy. The church hearings in the 1970s exposed the control of the media. Another example. So the Alliance has been trying to do this over and over again, and they were getting really close in 2001, and then the command structure got blown up. That was where that part of the Pentagon blew up, was right where they were running the whole Alliance operation. Ooh, Tarotina, I haven't even been looking. She says almost 6,000 viewers and rising. Stay here, you have the real information. Wow, yeah, 5,907. I actually heard, for what it's worth, that when the Kamala Oprah show got started at the beginning, I mean, at the end they had 300,000 viewers, but in the beginning, they only had like about 10,000. And so we're already more than half of the way there now. And they had all the celebrities, they had Oprah, it's amazing. This is a huge show. To get 6,000 people to show up and watch live is very, very compelling. So Chris just donated $100 and said, I followed Corey Good information from the beginning. I saw all the episodes of Cosmic Disclosure. Do you still believe Corey was mostly telling the truth in Cosmic Disclosure? I have to be very careful what I say here. I do think that some of what was coming in for him was telepathic and it was coming from the right place. I also think that most likely there was free association and imagination involved based upon what he himself, his own statement and admission in court. Under oath, okay? You can't really take that back, you know? And I also know that the insiders who I work with in Stavati said that they don't believe what he said. But I was also told that we were in the vicinity of truth, that we were talking about things that are approximately correct. But again, I don't want to go on any insider testimony. I don't want to bring out new insiders and just have somebody say, okay, here's what I know and here's what they told me, whoever they are. I want actual working prototypes. That dismisses all of this stuff. It's no longer speculative. It's no longer in the realm of what if. It is, hey, does it fly or not? And again, getting back to our slide here, Wernher von Braun said they already have this stuff. That's one of the things he told her. We've already got the technology. And the final card is going to be this fake alien invasion. But in the law of one, it's very clear that if they try to do that, it authorizes the positive to act. This is so important. The positive ETs have always been here. They've created all the major world religions, many other spiritual traditions. They are standing by. They are ready to move. The Michael prophecies is unlike anything I've ever seen before. There's so much prophetic accuracy in there. And again, you can go to thedisclosure.com, enter in the code actualization, and we're offering it for $177. It's also in the comments below this YouTube video. So look, I wouldn't be doing all this if I thought that this was fake. I wouldn't be doing all this if I didn't believe that it was true in my heart and soul. And I wouldn't have put all this time and energy into Stavati if I wasn't absolutely convinced that we can deliver on the same patents that the Navy themselves declassified on anti-gravity and free energy from Salvatore Pais. So another really cool thing, as I've said before, is that Richard C. Hoagland did this article on von Braun. It came out on 8/8/8, August 8th, 2008. I helped edit the thing. I changed the graphic. And that same day that the article came out, or the next day, I think it was 8/7/8 is when the article came out, I put this graphic in there. I changed it because he had one that was just using, Times New Roman font in red on just that basic photograph that you see in the background. So I added the starry sky in the background. I added the man on the moon. I added the new fonts, von Braun's 50-Year-Old Secret. The same text, but it was originally in Times New Roman font. I changed the fonts to, Futura wide and then that spacey font on the bottom. And I added that figure 8. And the very next day, we had this 8/8/8 crop circle show up. And as I was saying in one of the previous shows, when this event happens, when there's a sky contact, it will facilitate the second coming of Christ. That is actually not some theoretical concept. Most people probably would never believe anything like that could happen, but it is going to happen. And it's not just like, oh, Jesus is coming down on a cloud and he's got his arms out and there's beams of light coming out of him. No, dude. This is a massive homecoming of human ETs who use flying saucers. That is their technology. You go back to the Fatima event in Portugal, 1917. It's a Catholic miracle involving a flying silver disc. That's why you need to read Michael Prophecies. I open up right at the beginning, redefining UFOs, that we have actually a consistent number of Virgin Mary sightings that either involve the sighting of a disc or the sound of the disc as it flies. So the flying disc is the technology of positive angelic human extraterrestrials. And so they put this crop formation down, and it was incredible because it looks very much like that figure 8 that we just saw here that I put into this slide. So I was totally mind blown because you can even tell, like, again, it's wider on one side than the other in the middle there. And then that's the same thing they did here. And the article I had been already writing, or started to write, these crop circles all tied into the date of August 16th, 2008, which ended up being the date that various incriminating documents were seized. I talked about this in the previous show. So again, I don't want to get too far down too many rabbit holes, but I want you to think about how much your life is going to change once this would happen. So if they try to do a fake alien invasion, there's laws of free will that the people in the powers that were don't really understand, and they think they can get away with this. They don't realize that once you create a fake alien invasion, you've now allowed the good guys, the ETs, to show up. They now have permission because of this transgression against our free will. And there's many, many indications in the Michael prophecies that this may be the way this goes down. I still don't know if it's going to go that way. I don't know if we're on the mass UFO sighting timeline or not. It might just be a blackout. It might not involve UFOs. I really don't know. But we definitely have to believe that that could be part of the way it's going. And interestingly, my own dreams, I've had 2 dreams that have now recently indicated that we may actually see the mass UFO sighting. That's going to change the whole world. I mean, we're looking at the possibility that as these beings arrive, that's when the physics shift occurs, that as people no longer are in the dark about UFOs and they're faced with some awe-inspiring global event, that change in consciousness, according to Pete Peterson, it is an observer effect. We will get a whole new consciousness There will be a new way of thinking and feeling. And we've also been told by the Virgin Mary and Archangel Michael at Garabandal, Spain, in 1961 to 65, there's a series of visitations, and they talked about something called the warning, that there will be a solar event, a visible solar event, and that as this happens, oh, there goes the train. That's a good symbol of ascension in dreams. Char Lottie Rose says, let's just hope this mess with T and K ends smoothly. With neither of them elected is my hope. Okay. Anyone attempting to create vision is not a vibe. Well, that's your opinion. But again, you got to understand what's really going on here. So there's a lot of stuff that's happening, and we're in the final shoot. We're in the final little stage before this all goes down. And we don't have to wait past November. I don't think there's going to be a regular anything in November. Plus, as I just said, my own dreams have indicated we may actually see this UFO event. Lily DeRose says, David, your work is amazing. MP is totally informative. Can't go backward, can't go back, or can't go forward, can't go back. Set your mind at ease. It's better to relax. Train. Cell phone transmissions incoming. Relativity wave. Thank you. Thank you for the donation. So it's great that I can do this show and it's staying stable. And let me just make sure what the connection says. It still says excellent. Oh my God. We're at 6,185 concurrent viewers. That's the biggest I think I've ever hit here, and I got a crappy production value. Can you even imagine? On a day like today where I'm doing it with two hands tied behind my back, in the middle of nowhere on crappy hotel internet with one laptop, one camera angle, on a webcam. I couldn't even use the Pocket 3 because it blew out the color of my face. It made everything look like I'm as white as a ghost. I was like, nope, we're not doing that. These lights are terrible. I've got all 5600K color, not anything like what I should have down by 3700. It's a difference between blue or orange. And you want the orange. You do not want the blue. So anyway, thank you guys for being here. Wow. 6,200 people is essentially a worldwide meditation effect. And as you're listening to me, we're changing the physics. It is amazing as we keep doing these mass meditations week after week. And again, the whole show is the meditation. That's the secret that I don't reveal, is that, like, you know, we're all here listening at the same time, listening live. And as you're listening to me, it is a meditation. I'm bringing you into a state of euphoric consciousness, hopefully. It's a couple haters, not very many. Cheers, mate. You have admirable energy and knowledge, says, what's his name? Mel Lazarian, and he's got 6 thumbs up already. Ed Creeder, yay for 6K. And he just donated. It doesn't matter what you look like, LOL, it's the message that counts. Well, thank you. I had to really jerry-rig this thing together, man. Bring it in on the plane, you know, with my delayed flight. And the backpack was so heavy. I mean, carrying 2 laptops and their power supplies in the backpack, I don't want to do that again. I'll just be honest. In fact, I'm probably going to, you know, throw some of this stuff in my suitcase, like one of the power supplies. But when I went to LA, I put my keys in my checked baggage, and then when I got the checked baggage, I didn't have keys anymore. So somebody in TSA gave me the 5-finger discount on my keys and thought, wouldn't it be great to have this guy not be able to drive his car when he gets home? Well, yeah, I had to go rent a car, drive home, drive back in the rental car with my other spare keys, and recover my car. So now when I start my car, the alarm goes off. I haven't even had time to fix that yet. So, you know, whatever. I mean, it's like I have spared no expense in bringing this knowledge out to humanity. No expensive effort, no expensive money, no expensive time. I've avoided getting into any relationships. I'm only just focusing on getting this done. And now, thank God, we're at the final point where all this is going to reach its apex. It may very well involve a staged fake invasion. And again, my own dreams indicated this is going to happen. And now we've got some pretty wild smoke signals coming in from Luis Elizondo, who ironically has been trolled by the same people who troll me. Very badly, by the way. I mean, they just keep going after him and going after him and going after him. And, you know, I like Luis Elizondo, or Lou. He prefers Lou. So he's had 2 shows recently that were very, very provocative. He did Joe Rogan and he did News Nation. And, you know, a little bit of what I'm going to say is going to sound trollish, but only because he made some very authoritative statements, or sounded authoritative, where he said that in his view there is nothing benevolent about the UFO phenomenon. Well, that's just not something that we agree on. So we're going to have to agree to disagree on that, Lou. And, you know, I love you, buddy, and I'm glad that you're doing this, and I respect your honor and your commitment, your sacrifice. Wow. Kenneth Bates donated $200. That's incredible. Thank you very much. I do still need the money. Your messages of hope are well received. Thank you very much, Kenneth. So, you know, I want to support Lou. I'd really love to be able to fully get behind him, but when he says there's nothing positive about the UFO phenomenon, it's like, well, dude, what are you going to say about Fatima? What are you going to say about a Catholic miracle involving the Virgin Mary drying out 90,000 people's clothes after they were in soaking rain? They all saw this disk block out the sun. The stars came out. They saw huge colors of light going across the sky, blue, red, yellow, green, etc., similar to the Aurora Borealis. And the Virgin Mary said in these prophecies given to these children in Fatima that we're on a non-catastrophic timeline. I go through the whole thing in Michael prophecies. So you can't write off that event because it had multiple, just the last event alone had 90,000 eyewitnesses. It was seen up to 50 kilometers away, the same phenomenon. The total number of witnesses all put together is over 200,000 probably, if you add them all up. And it was a UFO. It was a flying saucer. So the problem is that Non-ARO says, these angelic beings are here right now. I've filmed them and uploaded the footage to your X page. I'm trying to pass on a special ability to you to allow to contact them. Well, I am in contact with them, but I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So telepathically, I don't get visual contact. But anyway, he has admitted in these same interviews that he hasn't studied the phenomenon, that he's only listening to what his insider sources are telling him. So, okay, he doesn't want to pollute his information, but then you got to question, well, who are your sources and do they have an agenda that they're not telling you? And if it's all classified and there's all this stuff that you can't say, and you're not studying ufology and you're not studying the Fatima event is a flying saucer event, and it's Christian. It's Virgin Mary. And it was 90,000 eyewitnesses who saw a flying disc that blotted out the sun and dried out their clothes when they were soaked to the skin in a rainstorm. So you cannot say that there's nothing positive about the UFO phenomenon. And so ufology is a vast, vast, intricate subject. I don't want to call them UAPs or unidentified anomalous phenomena. I think that kind of waters it down. But anyway, Lou and I have to agree to disagree on that. And that might just be what he's being told. There's nothing benevolent about it. Well, that's what they might want. The people he's talking to may actually want to scare the crap out of us. And they may be using him unwittingly. And I think he'd be very mad if he found out that's what was going on. But I want to point some things out to him and to everybody else that are important to remember here. The most provocative thing to me that he actually said is that there are hundreds of military videos of what he's calling UAPs that are incredibly, incredibly fantastic, and they've only released the very worst videos of what they have. They have videos taken by military sources that are crystal clear, that are sharp and distinct, where there is no doubt whatsoever. In fact, they even talked about one of them, that there's a flying saucer. We had Chris Somerville just donated. Love the shows. Love and light from Scotland. Thank you very much. Your first super chat. Let's see how many viewers. Oh, we're almost at 6,300 now. Wow. We're getting almost up to the level of where Kay and Oprah were when they started their show. So yes, my career is definitely not over. We are ramping up. I'm getting endorsed by the Alliance, and all this stuff is about to become common knowledge. And then these are going to have incredible historical interest once we go back and watch this stuff after this event has taken place. So again, they only released the very worst of what they have. And one of the things that's come out is that they have a video of a flying disc flying around a nuclear missile and zapping it with some type of particle beam, and then it's no longer radioactive. Well, I get it. They have to look at that in the military as if it's a threat. Oh my God, they're trying to disable our capability. Well, if you read ufology, if you read all these classic accounts, what we hear from contactee reports is that, and various insiders who've met ETs in person in their work with Area 51, They're not the positive beings, the human ETs, are not going to let us have a nuclear war. They're not going to let us do this. They're not going to let us blow up the planet. Is that a bad thing? No. It's like if you have a child, you're not going to let your child eat the entire birthday cake. You're going to say you can have one piece of cake now. We'll let you do Hiroshima and Nagasaki so people can learn how bad it is, but then we're not going to let you do it again. So that's one of the main things that he doesn't seem to understand is that, yes, they allowed us to do it in Japan, but these were very, very small devices compared to the ones we have now. They allowed the events that took place in 2020 to happen because it actually got us on a non-catastrophic timeline, according to Michael prophecies. And again, the Alliance supports Michael prophecies, so I expect that this is going to be taken very seriously in the future, and I'm going to be having to do like a global spokesman type of job. I mean, Michael himself, Archangel Michael, has said I'm going to be running their embassy so that people on Earth who want to meet these human ETs are going to have to go through our embassy, and I'm going to be running it with the people from Stargate, which apparently means Space Force. So I'm very excited about this. Now, Ray Merrill just donated. Hi, David. Thanks for doing the show on your vacation. And Steve Barrow says, David, did the stuff start happening this weekend? Yes, it's very interesting what's going on right now. Somebody said they got a weird pop-up ad for pizza. What the hell, YouTube? Hey, you know, they can advertise whatever they want. That's part of the game. It's part of how we stay on the air and not get knocked off the air. So anyway, we're still holding true, 6,230 people. Thank you guys for being here. This is incredible. It's like the biggest audience I've ever had in any recent time. So he said that they have a city-sized oil rig. These oil rigs are as big as a city block. This is one of the things he said on Joe Rogan, that one of the suppressed videos is that you're looking down at the top of this oil rig. We had Heather Starseed just donated. Is January 2025 the big event? David, you're greatly appreciated. Thank you. I don't know if it's going to be January. I wouldn't put any bets on when in 2025 it is, but the Michael prophecies, the books that came through me that I started writing in 2022, did say 2025 is the big one. So anyway, let's talk about this. He said that there was a oil rig, and they have a video of it that's looking down from the top, and it's the size of an entire city block in Manhattan. Okay, this thing is freaking massive. Whole groups of people can live on this thing. And that as you're looking at this video, there is a UFO or a USO, an unidentified submerged object or undersea object, whatever you want to call it. That's why they try to say UAP. Okay, I'm not going to rebrand the name. The UFO name is so widely branded, we're not going to change it now. It's a flying object. It's flying underwater. Okay, it's always flying somewhere. It's flying underwater. So UFO still works for me. Anyway, just like I don't want to give up Pluto as a planet. I don't want to give up UFO. And I forgot to bring out my Colin McGeezer glasses. I was so terrified the show wasn't even going to work. It's like not even a thing. So what he said was that this UFO or USO or UAP is significantly larger than the oil rig. It's much bigger. And the video shows this, and you see this massive thing fly underneath the oil rig underwater at a very high speed. Well, that's something that I'd never heard before, and that gives credence to the idea that some of the ships that they're aware of, that they have video of, are extremely massive in size. And if they were to do their own sky event, we would expect that they're going to use massive ships. Another example that he gave is a huge round USO that absorbed a nuke. The nuke got dropped. JD4 just donated $200. Buy yourself a good dinner tonight. We appreciate these enlightened shows. Keep your helmets on. This is going to get good. Celebrating your first super chat. Thank you very much. Can we call them aliens? Well, no. The human ETs don't want to be called aliens because they're not alien. They actually have been here the whole time, and they're very human. And in fact, their DNA was mixed with the indigenous caveman on Earth to create modern humanity. So they are our parents, really. They're our progenitors. But anyway, this next example, he said that there was a huge thing that rose up out of the water. They have a film of it. He calls it as black as the devil. That's certainly a, suggestive term, implying something, right, that it's evil. And that there was a nuclear warhead that had dropped on the surface of the ocean. There was some guy on a ladder with a helicopter, and he's trying to organize latching onto it so that they can bring it out of the ocean, recover this thing. And this massive UFO, as black as the devil, comes up underneath him, and he's hanging on this ladder, and he looks at this massive thing, and it just swallows up the warhead. So that was another one that he let loose on Joe Rogan, and it was absolutely massive in size. So another part of this whole thing was an article that came out on the UK Mirror, and it describes that there were various bodies that were found. So that's the link at the bottom. You can see it right there. And he says here, Gary Wagner donated $200. Wow, you guys are awesome today. He says, keep on going. Thank you very much. Your first super chat, Gary. I appreciate it. So it says right here, I was the U.S. government's UFO chief, and I know that aliens have been found on Earth. So let's read some of this article. According to Luis Elizondo, a longtime Defense Department researcher, he has handled quote-unquote alien technology and claims that bodies have been recovered from several sites. In his new book, Imminent: Inside the Pentagon Hunt for UFOs, he makes several eyebrow-raising claims. For instance, he claims to have been told categorically the infamous Roswell Institute incident in New Mexico involved 2 discs. We've heard that many times. They crash into each other, apparently. And 4 deceased, non-human but human-like bodies were recovered from the wreckage and examined. So they're making this public now. This is a mainstream media article. Could this all be used to set up their false flag? Absolutely it could. He said, we know where they were, we don't know where they are, the crashed discs and bodies. I've got to be careful what I say here to not get in trouble. I still have my security clearance. So there you go. He's doing an operation. He's under orders of what to say and what not to say. We know that because he's said it in his own statement of admission. He claims other bodies have also been retrieved from subsequent sites, including Mexico in the 50s and Kazakhstan in 1989. I have held in my hand material, he says, that scientists for the U.S. government have conducted research on, and they've said it's a very special material, highly unlikely to be made by human beings, and it's engineered. And they did talk about this in their stuff, that it is bismuth alloy, and when you electrify it, it creates levitation. Bismuth is a very, very exciting material that you can do a lot of cool stuff with, including the bismuth solenoid that we will be using to create stargates, actually. You can create a warp drive with the bismuth solenoid, as it turns out. So just a coil. I've also held in my hand biological samples. They show this in the News Nation thing. Tissue samples removed from human beings. When analyzed, they do not behave like anything we're normally used to associating with being a natural part of the human body, and they certainly look to be some sort of technical device. So this is a new thing they've come out with. If you watch the News Nation interview, they talk about that. It's had, last I saw, almost 1 million views. And it's weird. It's this thing that was clearly an implant. It's got technology, but it also has flesh on it. And it's got little tentacles that are actually moving almost like a little piece of bacteria. And so some people, some doctors that saw this got very, very creeped out. They didn't like it, and I can understand why. So that's part of the scare factor they're trying to add into all this. Maybe they made it. They might not even be extraterrestrial. The former UFO chief also claims green orbs have followed him and his colleagues home in attempts to spy on him. He said, we're not sure if they're UAP related. What we do know is a lot of people in the program I was in also had very similar encounters while they were in the program, and he called this the hitchhiker effect. So, I want to be absolutely clear that what's happening right now is disclosure. Ulan Kolufid donated $20. I hope I pronounced that right. Thank you. This is a form of soft disclosure. And you got to remember, Luis Elizondo was on the original team behind Tom DeLonge. I'm going to show you the original press release. His name is on it. Tom DeLonge was sort of like the last rock star, the last rock band that really got heavily promoted. He was the front man of the band Blink-182. Here he is with his NASA hat on in front of one of these spook headquarter buildings, I guess, where he was going. And he has used weird symbolism consistent with these powers that were, including stuff on his speakers. I mean, would you ever pose for a picture like this? Would you dare to do that, knowing what it looks like and knowing the implications and the paranoia that we have in the community? Would you dare to have this on your speaker cabinet? Notice on the left what we see. There's the letter G, there's the square and compass. And then on the right it says Blink-182. So we have rumors that he actually blew through $37 million of his own money when they made him the front man of this soft disclosure. And that's, I don't know if it's true, but that was some of the rumors. As you can see right on the top of this video from Rock Feed, Tom DeLonge responds to the claim that he's $37 million in debt at his post-Blink-182 company. So at least there's rumors. And if you watch the Elizondo documentary on News Nation, he confirms that they went broke, that the whole Tom DeLonge thing flopped. His wife had to get a job at Target in California. So this is how it all started. It was called To the Stars Academy, launched on October 11th, 2017, and they actually used a spaceship prototype design in order to raise money. So this is the PR Newswire press release. It says, To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science launches today. And then here is where it actually shows you the prototype, as I was saying last week. Well, guess what? This was actually Chris Beskar's design. I could not believe this. I was on the phone with Chris not 3 months ago, and in the middle of this whole thing, all the stuff that we're working on, I said, hey, Chris, just offhandedly, are there other designs that you built that you could describe to me what the shapes are? Because we know about the SM-39. That's the one that looks like the bat plane. But I don't know. I mean, what other ships did you actually make? And he said, well, I built one that was a long cylinder-shaped object, and it had a big round disc in the middle, and that's used for steering. And I'm like, oh, do you mean like the Tom DeLonge thing? Yeah, that's the design. I mean, it's a little bit different. I don't know if the points are quite as pointy. And I think Chris said that the disc was actually on the top. They kind of put it in the middle. But Chris explained to me that this circular area allows for very fast steering. So what happens is you create jets of anti-gravity along this pie-shaped disc. And so if you imagine that the pie is cut into, like, let's say 50 pieces, it's like the face of a clock. And if you put it towards 1 o'clock, you're going to steer in that direction. And so you can actually create very sudden gravitational currents inside the disc. And so what you've got now is an extremely nimble fighting spacecraft. So this apparently was actually Chris's design, and they went ahead and borrowed it, and here's the description of this craft on their original launch page. So we're going to read through this with bullet points so it's easier to see. Among the company's planned projects is an advanced electromagnetic vehicle, which again just so happens to look the same as one of Chris's designs. That he tells me they've actually built these. I don't know how many. We never got into that. Steve Justice describes this as a concept for an international point-to-point transportation craft that could dramatically reduce current travel limits of distance and time. And they wanted you to give them money so they could build this thing. Well, they already know how to build it. They already have them. That's the secret. It's not much of a secret. It mimics the capabilities observed in UFOs by employing a drive system that alters the space-time metric. And yeah, that's the charge cluster or cold plasma technology, which now, by the way, Salvatore Pais, in the last interview I just watched of him, he mentioned the term cold plasma. He's right on the same page, all the stuff I've been saying. We have glimpses of how the physics of this works, but we need to harvest technologies from the science division to realize this capability. Imagine having 25th century science this century, adds Dr. Hal Puthoff. We've mobilized a team of experienced, connected, and passionately curious minds to reveal and decode information to challenge the limits of traditional theory, such as the study of UAP technologies. So Chris didn't even reveal this to me until 3 months ago, and I have to say I was totally blown away, because as soon as he started describing it, in seconds I was like, oh my God, that's the Tom DeLonge thing. And yeah, so Chris's designs are actually in use, and so he's highly esteemed within the Majestic or Space Force community. And that's why our company, I believe, once everything settles down, that we're going to be building a lot of interesting things, including hover cars, and we'll get those contracts. So here's where it says the To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science team includes, you got Tom DeLonge, James Semivan, VP of Operations, Hal Puthoff, Steve Justice, etc. So we're going to read these guys. So James Semivan is the co-founder, VP of Operations. Now look at this. This is what freaked out everybody more than anything else, and why they couldn't raise any money. Because the UFO community is inherently paranoid. We've been called paranoid conspiracy theorists, right? Look at what James Semvan's background is. He's a current consultant of the U.S. government on national security, and he recently retired. He retired, right, from the Senior Intelligence Service of the Clandestine Directorate of Operations for the U.S. company. He was the director. He was the Senior Intelligence Service in the Clandestine Operations Division of the company. So exactly what kind of clandestine operation was he running? And did he ever really leave his job? Or was he still doing a clandestine operation using this rock star who ponied up $37 million and tried to raise money from our audience, and then nobody gave him anything? He only got like $1.2 million. And the whole thing went belly up. And they had all these plans for movies and television shows and building UFO prototypes, and none of that ever happened. Our company, before I knew all the nefarious aspects, when Tom DeLonge was first coming out, we offered him to be involved with Stavati, and he turned us down. He never even responded. So I don't think they would have allowed him to. We're not part of the clandestine operation, okay? So then we got Hal Puthoff, and I mean he's a classic. I love this guy. I don't really want to throw shade on him, but here's his background. That he's the vice president of science and technology of To the Stars. He's current consultant to the U.S. government, and he's an experimental physicist with the backgrounds in the company and DIA-funded research programs. So there you go. Once again, there's two guys right off the rip. They're openly admitting, yeah, we work for the company. Mars donated $5, says, "Hi, David. Thanks for your show. Enjoy your vacation." Thank you very much. So, isn't that weird? Then we have Steve Justice, the Aerospace Division Director. He's tasked with leading the effort to examine the possibilities. Recently retired from Skunk Works. And we got Kwan Hong Chan, who's a very loyal donor. And he says, "Dear David, hope you're having a nice vacation so far. Thank you for always answering my questions on the chat, no matter how stupid they are sometimes. I don't have any questions for you today. Here's some travel money." Let's see how many viewers we got. Oh my God, we're up to 6,400. This is a new record. We have shattered the ceiling. I am going to take a pee break. I know you got pretty soon. I know you guys will support me on that, but I'm going to get through these slides first. We'll do it at the 2-hour mark. 6,400 viewers. This is incredible. We're almost getting up towards that Oprah ceiling now when they first started their show. It's hard to get that many people. This is a big deal. There's a lot of people paying attention to this, and thank you guys for being here today. I'm really honored that you're here. So he worked in Lockheed Skunk Works after 31 years of developing, quote-unquote, wink, wink, advanced aircrafts contributing to U.S. security. Right, okay. Right down, the very next guy is Luis Elizondo. I highlighted it so you can see it if you can zoom in on your little phone, if you're looking at it on a phone. And he worked with the DNI, which is it's the second highest position in the company. The company. Uh-oh. That's right. He was part of this team of spooks, and he was working right at the top with the company. So what is he going to be saying? Probably not anything other than what they want him to. So it said he's a career intelligence officer. He works with the U.S. Army, the Department of Defense, DOD, National Counterintelligence Executive, and the DNI, which again is the second. It's right up there at the top of the command structure, okay? And he's very much, that DNI position is very much hand in glove with the company. There's just no question. He's the former director of programs to investigate unidentified aerial, unidentified aerial threats. That's what it says. Unidentified aerial threats. So they're already pre-framing the narrative of what they want you to think. They want you to think this is evil. They're never going to bring up Fatima. They're never going to bring up, oh yeah, by the way, in the Bible it says Jesus came in on a cloud. He was taken out on a cloud. The cloud is a UFO. Marcelino de Panical's Miracle of the Snow painting in the 1400s shows these clouds in the sky. There's Jesus and Mary on the cloud. They look like UFOs. Fatima 1917, you got a classic flying disc, and it's the Virgin Mary, and she dried out 90,000 people's clothes, and showed him an amazing light show in a silvery disc, witnessed by hundreds of thousands of people over time. They're not going to tell you that. They want you to think this is a threat, not that these are Christian angels coming to save our butt. Tarotina says, let's go for 7,000 viewers doing the meditation at the end of the show to heal the world together. Well, again, that's the big secret, is that the meditation is happening now. I'm bringing you into a state of trust, into a state of coherence, and it's very exciting what we're going through. Okay. Then we have Chris Mellon, National Security Affairs Advisor, probably in with these same spooks again based on his background. Private equity investor, where did he get the money from? Political commentator, and the chair of the science committee at Carnegie. And then it says he's the current consultant to the USG on national security matters, which again, spook city, right? Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence and Minority Staff Director of the Senate Intelligence Committee. They absolutely are going to be working with the company. So here's another guy straight out of the company. There's no question. He has to be. So this is what's so bizarre, you guys, is that they did this video, and so Chris Mellon is on stage, and he shows a UAP. He's telling us this is a UAP, but it was actually a party balloon. So this is my website article. I wrote it back in, what does it say there, 2018, in February. Tom DeLonge Group stunningly debunked curtains for partial disclosure. And then it says, To the Stars Academy live presentation on the Nimitz UFO by Christopher Mellon. And then on the right it says, Nimitz UFO photo is of a party balloon taken in Manchester, Britain in 2005 by Steve Mera. So before they took the video down, I actually took a picture of this. Luis Elizondo is sitting on the stage. He's one of the people on the stage. Half of them at least are company guys. And they showed you this picture of a balloon. And then they tried to say that it was a UFO. And Luis Elizondo in his recent video said he doesn't want anybody lying. And if you lie, then that means you're discredited. You know? You guys took down the entire video after I exposed this on my website. The balloon pictures were taken by Steve Mera. They actually washed it out to make it harder to see that it is a balloon. It's actually a balloon of the number 1, and there's different pictures of it floating around as it kind of went end over end. It was a hot air balloon, and it originally looks like this. You could even buy it online on Amazon. Right here, Baby Tree Numbers 1, foil birthday party balloon, silver 40. Only 11 left in stock, $6. So this is a very dirt cheap thing. So this is extremely bizarre, and you got to ask yourself, why would they do something like this? This is called plausible deniability. Anytime that an operation gets burned, if it goes south, if it's not doing what they want it to do anymore, they have to cover it up. They have to say, well, you know, we were lying. It's not really true. So if something goes wrong, they can pull their irons out of the fire and say, nope, it wasn't a UFO. We lied. It's a party balloon. Well, they got caught because the guy who took the picture recognized his photo. And again, you can see right here that they've got it on. So right here, they've got it on stage. This is a photograph of them. Sorry, let's get to that again. You can see that Tom DeLonge has got this, you know, rock concert type of girders around with the blue lights on them. They're all sitting there on the stage. They have this absolutely massive projection screen. I've done a few talks that were in front of a screen this big, but right there, it says in the subtitles from the video, I took this picture myself from the video, having no idea they were about to take it down. I should have saved it. Ed Creeder just donated. David, remember the balloon you talked about floating during your talk at Contact in the Desert? Yes, but I want people to see it now who didn't go to that show. Who is Kim Gogan? I don't know. I've never heard that name before. But anyway, back to the slide. They've got this massive projection screen, and after I exposed it, that it was a balloon picture, you can see it's exactly the same shot as it is over here. Okay? They took it down, they were embarrassed, and they burned the whole video because they didn't want this to come out in the open. So again, why would they do something like this? It's called plausible deniability. That way, you know, well, it wasn't really a UFO, we were just lying. So if they got into trouble, if this operation didn't work out the way they wanted it to, if they need to fire these guys, if they need to pull the rug out from under them, all they got to do is say, yeah, it was just a balloon. It actually was a weather balloon, except this was a party balloon, $6 party balloon. So again, that right there, there's a freshman year law principle, which is falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. And what that means is, if you tell one lie, it discredits your entire story. If you get caught telling one lie, then your whole story is discredited. So unfortunately, we see from the beginning that they were running a clandestine deception operation using fake photography to tell you that something's a UAP when they obviously knew that it wasn't, and they cranked it up in Photoshop so that Steve Mera's photo didn't look as clean as it was originally, so that you couldn't quite tell that it was just the #1 birthday balloon. So on this event that included the video, they had, the full support of the mainstream media. They said they raised over $2.2 million. But as I dug into the fine points, apparently $1 million of the initial raise was Tom's own money. They expected far more audience investment than they got. They did not raise enough money. Tom DeLonge went into huge debt. The whole thing went bankrupt, as I said. It says right here, the rumor was, I don't know if it's true, $37 million in debt. That was from Rockfeed. I'm just reporting on what they said. And again, look at his speaker cabinet. So now we had Tom DeLonge come out on the Joe Rogan show back when they still allowed him to speak. And I have to admit, it was very hard to watch because it was clear that he was either on some type of drugs or that he was, regularly using some type of drugs, because he was just constantly, imagine if I'm just like scratchy and I'm just scratching myself and just kind of like always fidgeting in my seat the whole time I'm talking. Does that look like somebody who's telling you the truth? Does that look like somebody you trust, or does that look like somebody who's very, very nervous? And yeah, I would be nervous too if I was on Joe Rogan, but I'm not going to be like moving around. So his affect, his physical performance during the show, we're up to almost 6,500 now. It keeps going up. This is incredible. It's the best show I've ever had. And imagine I'm doing it on these crappy... Sorry, I don't want to keep dissing my equipment. It's pretty awesome that I brought the blue lights to Canada and I brought the laptop and everything's going well. So we'll just thank you guys for being here. I wish it was on my good set, but whatever. We got the audience now. So he went on Joe Rogan and he was very, very evasive. Joe kept asking him questions and he kept dodging the questions. And he was very itchy and scratchy, which suggests, cocaine or something like that. Some type of weird drug. And so this was like the last time they ever let him do an interview. They just pulled the plug on him. And now years later, all these years later, because this was back in 2017, 2018, this was happening. Now all of a sudden, 6 years later, they're bringing out Luis Elizondo, who was on the original team, who was on the stage when they showed the balloon. And again, I love Lou, and he's saying that these are not benevolent, but he's also admitted that he's only going on the information they tell him. And what he may not realize is that there's this whole other community of people on the DIA side, the Space Force side, who would probably be very happy to embrace him and bring him in once he understands what's really going on, which is that this is a battle and there's two sides of the battle and he's on the losing side, unfortunately. I just hate to be so blunt, but that's what's going on. Bonnie Demlong just donated. Thank you very much. So let's talk about what he said, because he said some very provocative things. I did do this at the conference in Contact in the Desert, but I'm going to do it again. So you're obsessed with UFOs, right? Is that safe to say? And he said, it's safe to say, but not so much just the UFO itself. I don't call them that anymore. We call these advanced aerial threats. They're different. And Joe Rogan's immediately hip to this. He says, threats? And he says, yeah, you honed in on a word that we weren't supposed to really get into here in the first part of the show. This made Joe Rogan obviously furious, that over and over again, it's like the shell game. He's playing card tricks. He doesn't want you to see what's up his sleeve. It's misdirection like the magician does. Look over here so you don't see that I'm grabbing something out of my pocket here for the next trick. We're not really supposed to get into that. Well, no, you just said it. We call them advanced aerial threats. So they want to frame this as not that they're Christian angels that did the Fatima event, but that they're going to hurt us because they want to create this fake alien invasion, right? That's where this is all leading. Did you have a plan? And he says, I have a very long plan, detailed plan. And then he does this very strange dodge because he's told he can't tell us anything. So we're going to start with my body. We're just going to talk about my body for a lot. And Joe says, okay, what do you want to talk about in terms of your body? He says, well, my body is interesting. It's unique and it changes shape. What I've noticed is that it's just changing. And then Joe, who's a big muscle building guy, says it's getting larger depending on what you put in it. Ooh, he dissed him so hard. Oh, ow. Imagine getting zinged by Joe Rogan like that on the air live. What would you do? It would be heartbreaking, you know? But then again, why would he say he has a plan and then he immediately, and he's all itchy and scratchy, right? And he's like, we're going to talk about my body. Well, yeah, you seem to like scratching a lot. And I don't want to be mean to Tom DeLonge. I mean, he did some great stuff for us by putting his money in and raising public awareness. But I'm very skeptical when I see the guy who's the former director of clandestine operations is on your team, and you don't think that this is, if it's a threat, then what does that mean? You know, and why can't you talk about it? Why don't they want us to know that they're going to call it a threat? Maybe they're going to use it as a threat. Maybe they're going to tell you something is a threat when it really isn't, right? That's the whole objective here. So then he says, I do know that there's connections to, you wouldn't even believe it, I'll tell you. And then he says, please. And he says, Atlantis. Atlantis, the sunken city? And he says, yeah. There's a connection, says Joe. And he says, there's a connection. This is about to get very, very strange. We're about to go way down the rabbit hole and totally expose that this was a DS thing from the beginning. He shouldn't have said this. He gave too much away. You got to remember Lewis was on the same team, okay? Check this out. This is crazy. What's the connection? Tom DeLonge says there is a very advanced group that left after a catastrophe. They hung around in a small outpost here, meaning the Atlanteans did not die out. The gods, the Greek gods, right? Mount Olympus, we did shows on Ancient Aliens about this, that Mount Olympus was said that it could lift off the ground. That Mount Olympus was really just a UFO that was landed on the top of a mountain, and the gods are these human ETs that apparently were Atlantean leftovers. And that was one of the things that Henry Deacon told me, one of my insiders, that there are Atlanteans still here. They're a spacefaring race. They live in underground facilities or off-planet, and they never left. But this is their belief system in the DS. They believe that Lucifer is the top god, and that Atlantis is, you know, the land of the fallen angels. If you go down to Atlantis, as I've said, they have Lucifer's palace down there, and apparently this entity that looks human will manifest in this magnificent palace among these crashed UFO ruins that are under the ice down there. It's really, really weird stuff. Satan is apparently real, and he's from Atlantis. And this is all stuff that I got from Stavati members recently. New intel, okay? So the very advanced group left after their catastrophe from Atlantis, but they hung around. That's stuff you don't usually hear, right? They hung around in a small outpost here, and throughout time, they would manifest to push civilization forward. That's who the Greek gods were. This is totally unfounded rumor, but Carla Gibler says, I heard Joe Rogan accepted $100,000 to vanish Dr. Stephen Greer's interview. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean anything bad about Dr. Greer. Maybe he said something he wasn't supposed to say. That is possible. David, have you ever been to Antarctica? I don't know. No, I haven't. Not consciously. Maybe in my parallel lifetime. But anyway, that's who the Greek gods were. And then he goes into this. This is very bizarre. It's very interesting. In the Roswell wreckage, you see Greek writing. So he's now making a connection between Atlantis, that they didn't go away, that Atlantis didn't really die, that there's Atlanteans who are still here, that they are the Greek gods, which would be Zeus and Athena and all these people with the thunderbolt capabilities, Mount Olympus lifting off, and now he's trying to tie it into Roswell. So this suggests that they had some big DS narrative where they're going to try to draw all the UFO storylines together and point it all back to being the progenitors of their organization, which ultimately is going to lead back to Lucifer in Antarctica and Lucifer's palace, okay? This is very, very weird and interesting stuff. Greek writing on the Roswell wreckage, and I knew about this. It actually shows the word Eleftheria, which in Greek means freedom. So they're saying this is an actual I-beam. I think it's probably not real. I think it's probably a fake. We'll get into that in a minute. I just want to make that clear. But it might be based on something that was real. But supposedly, so we heard, this came from Roswell, and if you could read it in this order, it would say Eleftheria. So the P is like an R, then you got the I, that's the Ria at the end there. The poor quality of the engraving suggests to me that somebody did this as a reproduction or a hoax, because again, we now know with the manufacturing capability we even have today, in typical Hollywood movie prop, we could make this thing look amazing. We could use laser-controlled drilling, 3D printing, and make the letters really sharp and very clean, but they are not clean. They're really crappy and lousy, as you're about to see. So I don't know if this thing is really real. Because if you look at the eye in particular, it's terrible. It's all kind of, I mean, it looks okay if you look at it from far away, but it looks like something somebody did with a hand-controlled drill. I'm not convinced this is real. Don't think that this is real. And even when you look at it up close, when somebody was copying down the way that the characters look, you can see the eye is really bad. In particular, the IA, second to the last. Let's look at that up close. So Eleftheria, okay, we got that. But you look at it really up close, you can see, yeah, you know what? The guy didn't have a steady hand. He was getting tired as he was making this. So again, maybe they did this too. Maybe this was a setup. Maybe this was a fake Roswell I-beam created by the company with their fake technology at the time to try, are you ready? To link Roswell to the Greek gods, which links to Atlantis, which ultimately, once we find out, is Lucifer's palace. We know from my new insiders that I've been talking to that there are people going down there and meeting Lucifer in person. Supposedly, that's what's happening. A human entity appears, and it is supposedly Lucifer. So it's really bizarre stuff, isn't it? And the top-level people in this group get to go down there and meet him in person. And when you walk into this place, you're like, my God, this has to be the guy who runs the earth. This place is amazing. So then he talks about something else. Let's read this. I'm going to tell you something else. I went and met a former director of the company and NSA. He was the director of both. That's pretty outrageous. Wouldn't happen now. I won't tell you his name. Okay. Right when I sat down and told him about my book, you know what he says to me? He says, I didn't read much science fiction as a kid, but I've read a lot about Greek mythology. He looked me in the eye, and I said, well, you're going to love the last page on my book. He says, am I? When my book was about ready to go to pressing, I had a very important person call me up, and he said, could you stop the pressing and maybe insert something about Greek mythology? There you go. They consider themselves to be the gods. They consider themselves to be the progeny of the gods, the elongated skulls. They have a special bloodline. They're Atlanteans. They're not the rest of us. The Atlanteans had elongated skulls. The gods had elongated skulls. And they have tombs in Europe where they have elongated skulls. Go watch our movie Above Majestic. It's all in there. So could you insert something about Greek mythology? Weird, right? He said, sure I can. Something you got to realize is, for example, the 6th biggest defense contractor in the world, at least they used to be number 6, is Science Applications International Corporation, or SAIC. And if you've ever seen classic Dr. Greer, he would talk about this over and over again, that SAIC is these other letters backwards that spells company science. And they just flipped it around backwards, and so this is their main, or one of their main, space technology, defense contracting companies. But wait till you see where this is about to go. This is nuts, you guys. Look at this. Their headquarters are actually in San Diego. In the front of the building, you have an obelisk coming out of a fake lake and 2 Atlanteans on thrones, and both of them are holding pyramids at the headquarters building. I'm going to show you a picture of this. It's nuts. One says the past, and one says the future. I think it's in Greek. They're 8-foot-tall statues. It's effing nuts, by the way. So drum roll, please. Here we go. You ready for this? This is what you see when you're at the SAIC headquarters buildings. Oh, Lion Media says if you speak German, Atlantis translates to at old and land is ice. Old land is ice. The old land and the ice, I think the Third Reich found it. That could very well be. Thank you for that. Drum roll, please. Here it is. 2 Atlanteans on thrones, obelisk coming out of a fake lake. They're both holding pyramids. One says the past, one says the future. So there's your obelisk. Wow. Very, very cool, futuristic-looking building. And obviously pretty wild stuff here. And so here's the Atlantean who I guess would be the past, and he's holding a pyramid. And then, wait a minute, she's holding the pyramid of the future. Yeah. And also notice that her tail looks like a mermaid. So they're the people of the sea. They're the mer people, right? The Atlanteans. Beverly Adams says, I just got here, yay. Yeah, we're up to 6,630 people now. This is literally the biggest crowd. Biggest one I ever had was 45,000. Something like that. That was back when I was married to Elizabeth. But this is the biggest crowd we've had now. We're 6,630 people. And remember, when the Oprah show started the other day, they started at 10,000. So we're getting huge numbers. This is incredible, you guys. So, again, look at this stuff. I mean, we've got the obelisk in the middle of the lake. We've got these beautiful futuristic buildings. We've got this guy holding a pyramid. He's the past. We've got the mermaid lady holding the future. And notice she's also got a Roman soldier's helmet on. And again, they trace themselves back to what? Oh, that's right. The DS traced itself back to the Roman Empire. The empire never ended. This is really, really bizarre stuff because, again, they have an agenda to tie it into Atlantis, to tie it into Greek gods, to tie it into Roswell, Eleftheria, freedom, the beams of the Roswell crash, and then they want to be the future. They want to be creating the future with their pyramid and their obelisk and their new world order. So by exposing this in advance, we are more likely not to be fooled. That's why I'm doing this. And again, Lou admits that he has not studied the genre. He's only studying what these people told him. But these people obviously are working off of these sets of notes that include trying to steer us into this Roswell, Greek gods, Atlantis, Lucifer narrative. And that's their religion. Ultimately, they want to trace us all back to Atlantis as Antarctica, and that's the foundation of their culture and why they think they should be allowed to rule. So then Lou said there's no evidence that they are positive because they haven't stopped us from developing nukes. But the Law of One series extensively describes law of free will and why they can't interfere with us beyond a certain level. The cargo cult phenomenon indicates why these ETs honor our free will. This was these islands, as you can see, called Melanesia off the east coast of Australia, mate. That's New Guinea, the Bismarck Archipelago, Solomon Islands, Santa Cruz, Vanuatu, Fiji, New Caledonia. So what happened is that the Americans landed there in World War II, and these people then saw things they'd never seen before. They lived in a primitive culture. They were wearing grass skirts. And all of a sudden, airplanes started to land, and these guys had radios, and they would call for cargo. If you need bananas, well, we'll get the banana cargo to come in, and then a plane would land, and they'd bring bananas. So these people ended up thinking that the American military were gods, and they still apparently believe this, and they still build fetishized idols of the things they saw from the gods. So this is why there's the Prime Directive in Star Trek. This is why they don't want to show up. Look at this. This is so crazy, okay? So after they left, after the Americans left, they never came back. And these guys started building religious iconography of the airplane that would bring them cargo. That's why they're called cargo cults. So here's another example of an airplane. Here's another example of them worshiping the airplane structure as being from the gods. Larry Newkirk says, we all love your content. You're the best. Do you think either T or H is read into this program of ETs? When are you going to Antarctica? Well, I certainly don't want to go visit Lucifer and Lucifer's palace. But there's stuff down there that would be worth seeing for sure. And if I get brought down there by the Alliance, I'm happy to go. Do you think that T is aware of it? Yes. Is H aware of it? Probably not. T is definitely aware of it, and he's got to be careful what he says. Somebody said, I see 6,700. Yep, we're almost to 6,700 right now. Maybe we'll make it up to 7,000. That is the critical mass for global healing. And again, this is the meditation. It's not just at the end. It's the whole thing. And the sunlight is starting to create some nice effects over my head. That's pretty cool. I left the window open. So there's their, fetishized god airplane. Here is some kind of military tank thing that they built. It's obviously been broken down since where it first started. This is somebody, worshiping the gods who had these, ultraviolet night goggles on. This is them, making fake chainsaws because they don't have that technology. Again, we abandoned them, so they're worshiping that as if the gods had chainsaws. Here's a guy with a fake gun that's made out of wood. And here they are, believe it or not, they actually march like American military troops. They even paint USA on their chests, and they believe that these are the gods. So this is what happens when you interfere with a culture and you show up out of nowhere. Here they are prostrating themselves. So the point is, folks, that this could happen to us. Okay, we are Melanesia. And so that's why the ETs do not want to just announce themselves out of nowhere. If they were to do that too early, we would fall into some type of religious worship, just like I showed you with the cargo cults. So that explains why they have to allow us to proceed with certain things like our nuclear capability. If they totally took away the capability, if nobody could even build a missile at all, then we would know that we were not alone and we would turn into a cargo cult. So instead what they do is they allow us to build this stuff. This is what Lou doesn't seem to understand. They allow us to build this stuff, but they won't allow us to use what we built, except for one time with Fat Man and Little Boy that were very, very low yield, very small compared to what we have now. Heather Conklin says, thank you for all you do, celebrating your 3rd Super Chat. Thank you very much. So now we have one side, which is the company side, and that's the Tom DeLonge thing, and they clearly call them threats. They want to tie it into an Atlantis, Greek gods, Antarctica, Lucifer narrative, which is their religion. They want to steer this whole thing. If they could get this, oh my God, there's an alien invasion, and the Greek gods have returned. That's where Tom leaked out that that's going to go. Oh, these are the Greek gods, and they actually are steering our civilization from Atlantean times behind the scenes. D says, I just arrived. Wow, over 6,000 viewers. Thank you for all the information you're sharing with us. Thank you very much. Beverly Adams says they are wearing blue jeans. Yes, they did get blue jeans, but they still believe that that Americans are gods, and somebody from their government was brought in and told the truth, and he said, I can't tell my people this. They're all going to freak out. I'll get thrown out of office. They'll kill me. That's how serious this is. They really do want to believe in this, and they don't want to be told it's fake. They don't want to be told their gods are not really gods. So on the one side, we have the clandestine operations, and then on the other side, we have the Navy. And the Navy, the DIA, the Space Force is all part of what I'm calling the Alliance, okay? And yeah, there might be certain little nooks and crannies in there that did some bad stuff, but for the most part, the briefings have told us it's all going in the right direction. So again, they formally announced to us that they have their own anti-gravity craft. This was Salvatore Pais, reportedly filed a patent for an anti-gravity machine. This is 2019 April. U.S. Navy secretly designed a super-fast futuristic aircraft resembling UFO, and this again is based on Chris's technology. They granted a patent for an advanced aircraft which resembles a flying saucer. This is the Alliance now. They already have these. Military inventor Sal Pais filed plans for a highly unusual flying machine using an inertial mass reduction device. Inertia is like gravity, similar. So this is anti-gravity to travel at extreme speeds. What this means is the Navy aircraft uses complex technology to reduce mass, lessen inertia, its resistance to motion, so it can zoom along at a high speed. The patent is highly complex, describing methods of reducing the mass of an object using various techniques, including generating gravity waves, first detected in 2016, two black holes colliding. It says in the paper that it is possible to reduce the inertial mass and hence the gravitational mass of a system or object in motion by perturbing the nonlinear background of spacetime. The craft described in the patent features a cavity wall filled with gas. This is where cold plasma comes from. It's then made to vibrate using powerful electromagnetic waves, creating a vacuum around the craft which allows it to propel itself at high speeds. That's not really how it works. Okay, we're not going to go into all the technical details. I've done it before. The UFO-style ship could be used in water, air, or even space. Chris says that these are not seaworthy, but maybe they've since built stuff that he didn't design that is. But he said they're not actually able to fly in the ocean. The patent says it is possible to envision a hybrid aerospace undersea craft or Hawk due to its physical mechanisms involved in inertial mass reduction, can function as a submersible craft capable of extreme underwater speed and enhanced stealth. It would move with great ease through air, space, or water, being enclosed in a vacuum plasma bubble sheath. Although the Navy applied for the patent in 2016, it was granted last year. It doesn't necessarily mean it's been tested or built. Right. However, it's further evidence of the military's interest in developing exotic technologies. So these are diagrams from the paper, and sure enough, he drew a classic triangle shape, which Chris actually says, by the way, the triangle design sucks. It's not a good design. It's very hard to make these things maneuverable. You don't really want to build a triangle. We want there to be triangles because we think they're cool, but it's a terrible shape from the design standpoint, actually. But this one might even be better, where you get a diamond. You're going to be having more maneuverability that way. And the stuff that we're going to build first, the hover cars we're going to build, have wings, because you lose a lot less energy if you're going to use the air as your thrust for lift. Okay. And we're just about at the point where I'm going to take my pee break here. So we've got many Shadow of Ezra posts showing us that this is going to happen. And actually right now, I'm going to take my pee break because I really need one. I didn't even know if I was going to be on the air. It's Mila Maria Forever just donated, says, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, love, and blessings. Okay, so we've got 6,657 people. I'm going to go out for 30 seconds. It might take longer with my prostate. I'm going to take a leak, close the bathroom door so you don't have to listen to that, and I'll be right back, you guys. So just hang with me, and I'll be right back, okay? Here we go. Oh, I'm going to feel so much better. My God. All right, I am back. I am fully refreshed. I think that was draining out of my kidneys. It was like so backed up that I had to wait for the kidneys themselves to fully let loose. Pee for me while you're in there. Well, David is peeing. I'm doing coffee, says Tarotina. You guys are so crazy talking about David. Bathroom break. He's awesome, and he's returning. Wow, he really had to go. Yeah, I mean, you got to... When you get to be 51 years old, which is what I am, I don't look it, but I am, your prostate gets, you know, more resistant to the flow of urine. I haven't done the urologist thing or anything. I should probably take saw palmetto or whatever, but it works pretty well. I had to go so bad, it didn't really have any trouble. Let's see where we are. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes in. That's perfect because, you know, it could take up to 2 more hours to get through all these Ezra slides because I'm 2 weeks behind. But now you see here that there are craft that have been proposed by both factions, the company faction and the military faction. What do we do in case of a fake alien or robot invasion, says Mars? Well, that's the whole point of where we're going in the next part of this talk. these guys who are in this organized religion, if you want to think of it that way, it's secret, but it's still organized. And I lost about 50 people in the course of taking a leak, but they'll come back pretty soon. Maybe they just went for coffee, as somebody just said. Anyway, I'm back. I feel a million zillion times better. Let's mess with the frame. There we go. It's good enough. So what we're seeing is that there is a clandestine operation. I was briefed about it in 2009 to stop this madness from happening, to stop these people from trying to destroy the planet, which is their ultimate goal. And now you saw a very important thing that Tom DeLonge probably talked out of school and said stuff he shouldn't have said on Joe Rogan. They didn't want you to know they're going to link it to Atlantis. They didn't want you to know they're going to link it to the Greek gods and Roswell and try to make this unified narrative. This very strange concept, right? The Atlanteans didn't leave. They're still here. They were the gods. Well, then they're going to want to tell you that they're the descendants of these gods, the people in this organization. And they're practicing the sacrament of these gods who just so happen to be Luciferian and happen to be involved in these ritual occult things that are really, really diabolical and scary. Yeah, that's what we're dealing with. That's what you got to roll your sleeves up if you want to get into this, and you got to like deal with the fact that, okay, maybe in the past I didn't believe in spirituality, I didn't believe in Christianity, I didn't believe in God's angels, I didn't believe in the Elohim, I didn't believe in Archangel Michael. All that stuff is just old religious nonsense. No, 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 dude. The Virgin Mary showed up in a flying craft, and she was there to show you in Fatima that they really exist. And they're coming back. They're not going to stay hidden. Whatever came through me in Michael prophecies, again, thedisclosure.com, enter in the code actualization. You get the whole thing, 7 books and 11 hours of video, 10.5 hours of video in 11 segments. So they're about an hour each. For only $177. It used to be $333. I've slashed it. You guys have been very generous with the donations. David, what about Lumerians? That is another group. And we could, there's only so many places I can go zing-zanging around. But the point is, yes, Atlantis, according to the Law of One, was one highly technological civilization. Lemuria was a different civilization, or Lemuria. And Lemuria, there's this very interesting book by James Churchward where he traces the weird symbols all throughout those islands in Melanesia and elsewhere, that all these different islands have the same symbology that they're using, suggesting a progenitor culture. So in the Law of One, they say that Lemuria was another civilization that was much more primitive but had very advanced spirituality, that they had spiritual powers that were quite amazing, and that they sank 50,000 years ago under the ocean. So they were probably building pyramids. And that would explain, some of the stuff that we see, these weird things like Nanmadol in the Philippines is a really good one. Go look that up. Nanmadol, that's a really cool one. David, you crack me up, says Tammy LaFleur. Well, yeah, it took a while to get all that urine out of me, man, but I got it done, and I'm back. So, again, as I said at the beginning, we got 2 factions, and they're both in possession of exotic flying object craft that they can fly, and there's one faction that wants to stage a fake alien invasion. The other faction, the Alliance, is not going to let them do that. They're going to stop it in its tracks, and it will never be allowed to occur. Okay, so that's where I want you to take this, is not that we're stuck, not that this is doom and gloom, but the Alliance themselves, I'm aware of at least 4,500 ships that they have. It's probably a lot more than that. Some of them are Chris Beskar's designs. There's probably designs made by other people as well, but I know that several designs that they have were made by Chris. And then when he told me one of them was a cylinder with a flat plate on the top, it's like a round disc, I was like, oh my God, that's the Tom DeLonge thing. So actually both sides are using Chris's designs because the Navy patent is based on another Chris design that he worked in conjunction with the father of zero-point energy. And so, he got this whole thing going in the 1990s on clandestine projects. And that's the same technology that Salvatore Pais patented. It's the same technology we're going to use in our hover car most likely, or a Tesla turbine. So this is very real. Just because they're not letting you know that they have these craft doesn't mean that they don't have them. And so if the fake alien invasion occurs, that could very well be what triggers the shutdown, where you get the messages on your phone. It could be very, very strange, and people are going to be really freaked out because it's like there's an alien invasion, the media is going to try to pump this thing up and make it scary. Then all of a sudden the power goes down, you get these messages on your phone. Okay, everybody, that's not what it was, but the Alliance has their own ships. And there's many, many parts throughout the 7 books of Michael prophecies, especially in some of the later books in 1999. I start bringing in dreams in books 4, 5, 6, and 7. It seems almost inevitable that there's going to be some type of mass UFO event that triggers this arrest scenario that we've been talking about. I don't even doubt it. And there are many Shadow of Ezra... Oh, I just said it. There goes my subtitles. Right now I'm not going to have any subtitles. Many posts, let's just be more vague, teasing that this may happen. If you can still read the subtitles, I'm glad. Somebody told me that they go away once I say those words. So on August 17th, they said, we want to hear... Somebody says we want to hear what you have to say no matter the environment. Well, thank you for that. 6 UFO sightings happened near LA and these military bases. This is what they said. The skies over Palmdale and Lancaster lit up like a cosmic rave. Reports poured in of not 1 but 6 UFO sightings. They saw saucers zigzagging across the sky 60 miles from LA near some of the largest Air Force bases in the US like Edwards. And then they actually say this. Is it aliens? Is it drones? Is it Project Bluebeam? Is it secret military technology? Now, it might have been a drone in this case, but the overall idea here, again, is they're asking you to consider these possibilities, the same exact stuff that I've been telling you. Project Bluebeam, extraterrestrials, secret military technology. This is where they really cross the line. And even though some trolls have tried to say, oh, the Alliance hates David Wilcock, they don't support him. No. They think he's a crackpot. No, they're on the same page. This is the same stuff they're saying. This was the one post that really proved it, the August 17th. Unfrickin' believable. So they're warning directly that this Bluebeam thing may happen, okay? Then we had 60 UFOs appear over Palmdale, and they gave me another stunning endorsement here by saying this, because it says, you know, additional footage from Palmdale shows UFO sightings over 60 small orbs hovered over the family's home. More than 15 minutes. These could be some type of anti-gravity drones they have in the DS. Few neighbors were witnessing and recording this, all equally perplexed. Is this a FF event to stop November from happening? Holy crap. The last card at play was always Project Bluebeam. You got to go, right? And then go read that again. Is this going to cancel November? The last card at play was always Bluebeam. This sounds very much like they already know that's going to go this way. They already know this is going to happen. I mean, try to take in the massiveness of this. Okay, yeah, David is talking and blah, blah, blah. He goes on and on. I have a very smooth flow. You can get lost in it. You can kind of get tranced out, hypnotized, whatever. I don't want you to stay tranced out. I want you to really think about this, not as just, oh, it's David's show. Isn't that interesting? No, they're telling you this is going to happen. They're telling you that something in November can't go the way they want it to because their lead contender is in the dumps. They overplayed their hand with these debates. It was way too heavy. Now they're trying to kill the guy 4 times in a row, potentially. There's other ones we don't even know about. And then they say the last card was always Bluebeam. Oh my God. August 17th. That's the day that I was like, wow, man, they really came out with it. And then they talk about new aircraft being built with so-called alien technology. Same day. They did all this in one day. Lockheed has developed advanced aerospace technology mimicking living organisms. They can create an outer skin of an aircraft that can grow with sensors and store energy without using wires. They have new materials that change shape when commanded, like nitinol. further enhancing the adaptability of the aircraft, making it almost like a living creature. Some people claim that this technology came from aliens, dude, right? Giorgio's got his hair standing up straight. Wow. I mean, that is disclosure. They just did it, okay? And they also said this is a military-grade communications forum. So there's no ambiguity here, folks. Let's get this all nice and fluffy. I like it to be fluffy. Fluff it up for you guys, you know? We got to do some fluff. Lou Da Vinci donated $50. Thank you very much. I could not believe this. And then, again, on the very same day, August 17th, the day that I really knew that they were behind me, because you can't make this stuff up. They either post it or they don't. They've never said, by the way, we hate David Wilcock. And thankfully, they're not saying anything about me. That's the way I'd prefer it right now, because that way I get less heat. Okay, but on the same day, they enhanced the narrative even more by bringing in Dr. Carol Rosin, that this is what the final attempt would be. They actually used the film from the Disclosure Project, which I attended. She worked with paperclip scientist Werner von Braun, warns that von Braun told her about their most alarming and deceitful plan. She doesn't say maybe. She says the last card they will play will be the alien card. And it's all a lie. I don't even know if they're ever going to, the DS would ever abandon this plan, because I don't think they have any other choice. Look at the arrests that are happening now. Look at who just got brought in. Look at what it's going to do. Go look at the front page of X. Just scroll through all that stuff. The names are being named. They're huge names. It's very, very big stuff. It's all happening right now. It blows me away. I'm talking really loud. Hopefully there's nobody like, who the hell is this guy next to my room? Let's get out of here, man, you know? Who is this guy? He's just yakety yak. He's talking for 2.5 hours. Oh my God. Now, sorry. You're just going to have to deal with it. We got a show to do. How many people are watching right now? 6,700 people. So we're at maximum. Thank you for being with me after my pee. And we're 2.5 hours in. This is perfect timing. Okay. Another thing I want to point out is that Archangel Michael already told us 2025 is going to be when we're most likely going to get this first wave of ascension, what the Garabandal prophecies called the warning. And he said 2025. It also correlates with the Saint Germain prophecy that was shared with Alice Bailey. It also correlates with pyramid prophecy. It correlates with a variety of weird stuff, as I've been saying in previous shows. I don't think this is fake, folks. I think this is real. And it also comes in after this November event, and then we're heading right into the next year. So this is all very exciting. The solar activity is really ramping up. It says right here on the headline, the sun is doing something that it is not supposed to do, and that could mean big trouble in the months ahead. The Real Justin says, how would the Alliance stop the FF? Okay, I'll get into that, and then we'll go right back to the solar flash thing. I haven't maybe said it clearly enough, but if the DS has a flying blimp like a TR-3B, it's going to get shot down. If they do a fake holographic invasion, it's going to be exposed. They have the Alliance has thousands and thousands of ships. I already know about the weapon system that they use. It's called a gas dynamic laser. It works off of the power supply. You can get at least dozens of shots per second, and they're all extremely high kill rate lethality. So if you shot one of these ships with a gas dynamic laser, it's not going to stay intact. There's really no defense against a gas dynamic laser. It's not like you could have shields up like you'd have in Star Trek. No. There's no shields up. You're not gonna outfox the gas dynamic laser. If you get a barrage of these things, if a whole bunch of them come at your ship, you're done. It's going down. So we could literally see some sort of weird space war in the sky where there's ships fighting other ships and everybody's all confused and everybody's all scared. But part of what might happen is that once we get the disclosure event with the disclosure of the evil that was on Earth, that they're going to fly these good guy ships in front of us and we're going to realize, oh my God. And that's big time in the Michael prophecies. There's several dreams I had that they're going to do that. Tarotina says, Conchita from Garbandal lives in New York. She's 75 years old. St. Michael told her he will advise her 8 days before this happens and that she should give the message to the world. That's amazing. I definitely think that the Michael prophecies are a big part of this. They do use people to get their messages across. I was used, but I don't feel bad about it. I've got a great future timeline ahead. So, getting back to this, the sun is doing something it's not supposed to do. It says fluctuations in solar activity affect our climate more than anything else does. We see more earthquakes during solar activity. The current solar cycle on the bottom of this paragraph is supposed to reach a peak at some point during the next 12 months. There is no sign of solar activity slowing down. And the article says that it could mean big trouble in the months ahead, right? Yikes. Well, yeah, that's the solar flash. That's what we're expecting, a big, big solar event. And it's interesting that we're expecting Aurora Borealis when that happens. And almost as soon as I got here, we saw the beautiful green aurora. And, the Law of One talks about the coming of green ray energy. Okay, so now we're going to break down. We got 2 hours at the most that I want to go on from here. Hopefully it won't take that long. I'm going to have to blow through some of the posts that they link to in the videos because they've just started putting up so many videos that have a certain number of seconds and then links to a certain post from 2017. And there's so many of them that, I've got to get out of here. I can't spend the whole rest of the night on the air. I know you guys would love that, but I got to get out of here. So we're not going to read all of them. I'm going to try to keep this moving pretty quick. You can pause it and read all the text if you want to. I'm just going to give you the highlights because I think that's what they're trying to do here. So that way we can actually finish the show and get through this in somewhat of a timely fashion. I'm already 2.5 hours in. So first thing I want to do is review an older post they put on TG. And this was from September 3rd. And it shows two huge bursts of lightning. They actually did a couple more like this. I didn't have time to grab everything. Because I'm supposed to be on vacation. I'm still working. But they show huge strikes of lightning. And again, this directly ties in with stuff that I've been talking to you guys about, which is that lightning is a manifestation of the Tower of Destruction. We called it the Hebrew Yod. It shows up as this divine energy coming into manifestation, which knocks down the Tower of Power. It knocks down the corrupt, as the Hindus call them, the Maleka kings and queens who are creating evil and pain for people on earth. This is the manifestation of that divine energy. Then, the very first thing that they did when I was on the air 2 weeks ago, and it was too late for me to capture it during the show, was they joked about reptilian extraterrestrials, which again is right in line with everything I've been telling you from my own sources. The Alliance source in this Ezra stuff is confirming everything I've been telling you in my own narrative from my own insiders. This is unbelievable. Wild Bill and Lady Gaga joke about being reptilians in a cartoon. It says they discuss being part of a reptilian race alongside Tom in Netflix's new documentary series on the future of society. You can see their little chyron up at the top. And they're joking about it in this video. Bill and Lady Gaga are joking about this. Okay? So first you see the guy on the left, and he turns into something. And again, that might be the idea of shape-shifting. I don't believe that, but there is an extraterrestrial race like this. Larry Newkirk says the Roth and Rock families have too much power. They control the flow of money and information. Have a blessed night, David. Thank you. Celebrating your 5th super chat. Thank you very much. And then what we see is first the guy on the right turns into this, and then Tom turns into this. Poof, you can see it right there, and they're drinking something out of these cups. And then Gaga turns into this, their little characters, and it looks blood red, whatever's in that glass, and they're drinking it with their tongue. So this is all like they're laughing about it. David Mansfield just donated. Thank you very much. They're laughing about it. They're laughing at you. They think this is all just so funny. We're not laughing, though. You know, if people are trying to hurt us, we got to take action, and that's what the Alliance is doing. And then the video's 15 seconds, which leads us to one of the classic ones. We cannot allow another satanic evil POS to control our country. Remember that all these individuals are controlled by 3 families. Oh, we had more donations coming in here. Let's just grab those. We had Panch Wanch Do you think this repeats infinitely, David? I've been having visions of natural disasters. I look forward to the future. I don't think there's going to be natural disasters. I look forward to the future where we all win. Celebrating your first super chat. Thank you. Then we have Starseed Essence. Thank you for some Sunday fun daytime. Sunday fun day. Anything done in darkness will always be brought to light. Thank you, Starseed. Beverly Adams. When our global group did a synchronized meditation in 2015 regarding CERN about to break the God particle, 2 huge bolts of lightning hit CERN in that 15-minute period. Hasn't been up since. Wow. Amazing. UFO Mark II. After all this is done, I want to go to that Hawaii planet you talked about and take about a year off, LOL. Well, I'm doing the best that I can do for that right now. 6,700 people. This is amazing. But again, this is one of the preeminent slides that they ever put. Post number 15. The corruption that will come out is so serious that deals must be cut. Otherwise, 70% of politicians would be in jail. And then it says this. A deep cleaning is occurring, and the prevention and defense of pure evil. What does pure evil really mean? Well, it means really, really nasty stuff that we don't want to know about, but now everybody's going to need to learn about it. Is occurring on a daily basis. And it said they never thought they were going to lose control of the presidency. They thought they had control after making past mistakes. So this is very intense. Then they had another really weird one in the sci-fi category about the former and now deceased Queen Elizabeth, that she was trapped after an irreversible death of some kind. This is very strange if you watch the video. Today marks 2 years since her passing. An eerie moment during her funeral still lingers. She's being, on mainstream media, they're narrating the thing. As her procession airs on television live, a woman's voice in the background breaks through saying the death is irreversible and the fact that she is trapped. The death is irreversible. Normally, all death is irreversible, right? Why would it be any different? And that she's trapped. Well, this gets into some stuff. She was mysteriously cut off after this point. 5.5 million views. Jacob told me that they actually have this alien technology that they can use to transfer somebody's soul into another body. It could be from a different person or a clone. Either one. So in this case, and I was told actually that they were going to do that with Elizabeth, that they intended to transfer her into another body and keep her going. But in this case, she may have actually died before they could do something like this. So this is another really strange thing that I'd gotten a personal briefing about. I have recordings of it somewhere. And then they independently said the same thing. Not only is the Alliance saying this in their posts, but they caught a live mic of somebody saying the death, is not reversible. She's trapped. What do you mean reversible? Well, that gets into this whole weird world that we don't know about, right? Very strange. So 21 seconds goes to post 21. At this point, we're far enough along you can paint the picture without jeopardizing the operation. And there's been intense shilling. Then we see that the Coast Guard has been ordered to allow in people who are of this particular persuasion. Disturbing reports are surfacing from this particular town where locals claim that these people are doing these certain types of things involving, certain types of hunting. And that's not even the most shocking part. Did you know that the Coast Guard was reportedly ordered to allow these people who have a certain persuasion to freely enter the country after they arrive in Florida? And it says it right there. 300,000 views. So this is post 45, another really big one, which again, we only need to read the end. Who is attempting to change the narrative and soften acts that are forthcoming this weekend? Well, that seems to have tied in with the high-profile arrest that we saw. They knew it was coming. It did happen. I don't know if it was right on the weekend, but I think that's what they were leading up to. That was the implication. So it's very interesting. Then we see that these two buildings, one and then the Hertz Tower, both look like they went down in a very special way that's controlled. What do you guys notice about this and then the other one mysteriously collapsing? Well, obviously they are saying, yes, you're going to learn about that these were, not normal types of events, but that they were actually deliberately structured to go a certain way. That's pretty wild stuff, you guys. And then we see 18 seconds leads us to this post. And this is one we've read many times before, showing about what are their net worths, what was their salary as a career official. And if they lose memory or if they have surgery, this could prevent them from going to prosecution. So they know something's coming. Then we see Denver residents were freaked out by what could have been a UFO. It's probably just a weather balloon. They were shocked to see an unusual balloon soaring above the city in Denver, sparking numerous calls to local news. Officials claimed it was a balloon studying the solar radiation, but that didn't sit well with many people, and it turned into a citywide mystery. So there again, I do believe this one actually is a balloon, but they're telling you to get ready for a UFO event, in my opinion. This is really something disturbing, and so I put a blackout over it so you don't have to look at it. But it says that people have long been raising alarms about certain types of dietary practices. There's even petitions in Chile calling for the persecution of these people over what they're doing. And this serves as a stark reminder of what has been allowed in. So again, I put a nice bar over that so you don't have to see it. But yes, he does have a stick, and he hasn't even prepped it except maybe to take the outside off, but the top is still on, and it's got this face, and it's horrific. We're not going to, you don't have to see that, so we're not going to. And so I did meet this guy in the mountains once who I called the meat man, as I said last week. And I asked him, what's the best mountain meat there is? And then he goes, cat. And I was like, well, it turns out that you could get a license for that in Colorado, but then this law got passed. Apparently it's not true anymore, making it illegal. This was in 2018. But it says here that it was previously legal in 44 states that you could import, export, and trade for this type of practice, as you see at the bottom. So yeah, this was a thing, and I had an independent confirmation of this from a guy who worked at the grocery store, and I was expecting he was going to tell me elk or bear or moose or something, and he said that. I was like, whoa, dude. Anyway, 13 seconds, post 13. We've done this one many, many times before. You got to get 11 and 12 in there. And this is where it really says that it's the military versus other agencies, and takeover investigations have been imposed, and certain conditions had to present themselves. They lost this important power of the military. And it says this is the biggest inside drop we'll ever receive. The good guys are winning. And then 13, they say, think about the timing of him traveling to China. I've said too much. God bless you. So then right before he got hit, he put his house on the market. It's not going to matter. You can't spend the money. You notice I altered the name a little bit. I'm just having a little bit of fun there. I'm not going to say that out loud, but you got to have a little bit of fun with this stuff. Yeah, okay. Woo! Just got a little crazy in here, didn't it? Indeed. So, he's officially selling his crime-filled mansion in L.A., which was raided by Homeland Security in March. The same house where he allegedly created other crimes with certain individuals. Located on the exclusive Billionaires Row alongside neighbors like Kylie, Tech Titans, and the Playboy Mansion. $61 million in the Platinum Triangle of LA. And then we see at the bottom there that it's 100 seconds, and this gives us this particular post, which, it says, who's the Queen of England? How long has she been in power? With power comes corruption. So that's not really a good vote for the Queen. They just talked about her earlier, didn't they? What happened to Diana? What did she learn about? What did she find out? Why was she running away? It's probably the evil stuff, isn't it? Who did she entrust to help her flee? That would have been Dodi, her husband, who apparently she was pregnant with him. What was the cover? Why is this relevant? Why now? Old connection, news, bad actor, London mayor, background affiliation, connection to the Queen, MI6 agents dead, what was reported, what really happened. Again, they were covering the whole thing up. We know about this. Wealth, corruption, secret society, evil. Germany, Merkel, da-da-da-da. Why are these people important? They are assets. Define assets. Why are they so important? And they say it 3 times in a row. Okay, and that's talking about what's going on now. And I was briefed on this stuff too. You want to, change the whole way the country runs. And then they say operations Satan. Who follows? What political leaders worship? Oh my gosh. What does an upside down cross represent? Who wears this openly and why? Who is she connected to? And then they talk about this cooking. A cult who is worshipped. So they're really giving it to you right here that there's very dark stuff going on. And Diana tried to do something about it. We're up to now 6,800 people. At one point, somebody says, FLA Patriot, that Diana said the royals weren't human. I don't think that's true, but they're definitely working with dark forces, and we have to be very careful. So this is pretty shocking. All these things connect up in a very interesting way. So then Kate is apparently cancer-free, but she's still in hiding, as we can see right here. She just stunned the public, announcing she's miraculously completed her therapy, cancer-free. Despite the good news, she will limit public appearances till the end of the year. Many people are stunned, as a few months ago they were accused of using AI-generated images of her to deceive the public. The media is now portraying her as stunning and brave. I don't think we're getting the whole story on this one, because she's out of the public eye, so maybe they're just lying. Maybe she's not even around anymore. That could be what they're implying here. I don't know. I'm just asking a question. So then, once again, we got a video, 186, and this one is pretty cool. You are learning, but you needed a push. And what did they just tell us about before? They told us about Satan. So you're learning the truth. It's very dark. She probably is not with us anymore. I think that's the implication. Then they have a post on TG about her being back in the news, and that's where they usually hide things they don't want to put on X because it's too hot. It says, T&P wage war on the British royal family. There's been some unwelcome intrusion into Charles, Kate, and Harry's lives. And then they ask the question, is she back in the news? So yeah, I think there's a big cover-up going here, and she's not around anymore, which is why they mentioned Elizabeth and that she was trapped and her death was not reversible. That's where I'm speculating. Then we see Harvey has a convenient health crisis just before he's going to go into court. He was urgently transferred from Rikers to Bellevue for emergency heart surgery after he had chest pains. I would too if I was about to go into court, right? Medical crisis comes just days before his scheduled court appearance, where prosecutors are presenting evidence to a grand jury in pursuit of a new indictment. And he's been linked to various criminals. So then we got post number 14. This is one that is very large again. We got to just go through these quick because I don't have a lot of time, and I can barely even read this. But it says down at the bottom, was 2016 supposed to be a setup? Did good people prevent that from happening? And so you can read the whole thing. What must occur to allow for civilian trials? Whoa, that's what's going to happen. Why did he form a panel to investigate? And then, has he ever made a statement that did not become proven as true fact? Well, a lot of trolls would probably disagree with that, but okay. They give him true information. It all comes out in the end that it actually was true. What is he in control of? What is the one organization left that isn't corrupt? Why do they play such a vital role? That would be the military. He's surrounded by highly respected generals. And then we go down through this whole thing. How is he always 5 steps ahead and he has authority over the Marines? Very interesting. So then we see 32 children were rescued near Akron, Ohio. In a major victory, U.S. Marshals announced the successful recovery of 32 in the Akron area as part of Operation Homecoming. This joint effort involved the Marshals, Akron Police Department, Summit County Sheriff Office, and it was dedicated to locating and rescuing them. Most of them were found in Akron, but others were safely recovered in Cleveland, making a huge success in the fight to bring them home. That's really great. Then we see the Tennessee raid reveals a global corruption. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation conducted a raid on Millersville police, seizing all their records tied to active investigations into corruption globally. And these files reportedly contained evidence of fraudulent mortgages, various other things, drug trafficking operations involving high-level people, law enforcement, connections to BRICS nations, including China. Oh my gosh. He concluded by stating a foreign adversary has overtaken the government. The only solution is to set aside our differences and destroy this enemy. Well, there's still going to be people in that country who are good people, so I don't think that the country itself doesn't need to be destroyed, just the leadership around this particular initiative. And then this brings us to post number 199. So we're going to start from the top. You can read it if you want to. We got to keep moving quickly. Money being delivered by hand in planes and cash. And then this has to do with this country, Iran, and what happened in 2016, apparently. And then who paid for him to go to Harvard? Why would this occur before the years of politics? Obviously, he was being set up for this. Who was the biggest contributor to this foundation? Why do they push conspiracies without investigation, and who controls them? Has the word conspiracy been branded to mean something shameful? The world cannot handle the truth. The pill cannot be swallowed by most. There is risk in painting the picture, the sum of all fears. And what happens at the end of the movie, The Sum of All Fears? They play the opera song Nessun Dorma, and all the guys that orchestrated this cover-up get knocked out. So there's a lot of things going on here, and they bring up Nessun Dorma later on. Then we have the sad story about a baby developing brain damage, and an update on baby Foxy. You probably don't want to call him that around certain individuals, who unexpectedly began experiencing what his mother described as seizures, a sudden drop in oxygen levels after he received certain things. According to the mother, he was perfectly healthy before this happened, and now he's been diagnosed with herpes simplex type 1 in his brain, and she's baffled, of course, as to how this could have happened. Well, we know what the answer is. Poor little guy. My God. The whole thing is really sad, but apparently this is the only way we could have saved ourselves from extinction, according to the higher forces, Archangel Michael. So post 113, social media platforms, top 10 shareholders of Facebook, Twitter, Reddit. And then why is Saudi relevant? Controlling stakes in NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, Fox, Mockingbird, Anderson Cooper. Oh my gosh, all this stuff. So yes, they're painting the picture for you that it's all very much controlled from the top. It's all very orchestrated. Then they have a really big, important teaching here, which is if you go to a cashless society, everybody can end up starving very quickly. There was a powerful typhoon in Hainan, China. A sudden blackout exposed a major flaw in this whole plan. When people had no power and water, they were left scrambling to charge their phones, and that was the only way they could get their money. Yikes! Unable to make even the simplest purchases like buying a loaf of bread, this revealed just how vulnerable the digital economy could be in a time of crisis. They want you to know this so that we resist digital currency, because that's what's going to happen. If you don't have your phone working, you don't have any cash, there's nothing in the house you can get. You got to use your phone. Your phone doesn't have charge. You're starving. That's the whole point, folks. Very interesting, isn't it? 1 million views on that one. And it's 18 seconds long, which leads us to this post, which we've already seen many times before. And it was, again, about why is their memory going and what's the difference between their salary and what they actually earned. And if they have surgery or memory loss, and they can avoid prosecution. This was really cool. Melania said that the storm is on the way. She actually posted that right here. And they relinked to it. And they already showed lightning. So I think we're now seeing the next phase of this with the arrest that I was describing earlier in the rap community. This is probably going to get to be really big, really fast, you guys. It might not take very long. Then, once again, they talk about the same kind of stuff I'm talking about. A massive cloud of dark solar plasma that was going to hit us on September 11th. Massive cloud of dark plasma racing toward the Earth, set to make impact on that night. Forecasts predict it could spark a G2 geomagnetic storm, lighting up the sky with auroras visible as far as Moscow. And sure enough, that's exactly what I saw as a result of this event. Angie just donated. Love you, David. Thank you for everything you do. Celebrating your third super chat. Thank you very much, Angie. This could also disrupt radio signals and cause electrical equipment failures. Well, they knew I was about to go on vacation. And sure enough, this massive event that they posted helped create the aurora I posted on X. And this was my picture. I was very much grinning. That's only moonlight. It was taken with a regular iPhone, no flash, and that actually is what the sky looked like. And it was caused by this big solar burp that they referred to in the posts. And we go back to post number 31, which is a fantastic one. World stalemate. We have all the goods on everyone. That means that they've captured all this stuff, and the tapes from the guy that just got arrested is just part of it, okay? That's part of the reasons why some things tying back to foreign heads of state will have to remain classified. We are in one of the most critical times of our country. We are working to balance everything for America, to do the common good the common person can endorse, and, most importantly, purify our government to remove bad entrenched actors. There is so much string pulling and blackmail, we need to cut these off to truly gain the power granted to us by patriots and hardworking people. The very next thing they talk about, this was a great week. Good old Rummy revealing, oh yeah, you know, we lost $2.3 trillion. How does that happen? How do you lose $2.3 trillion? Oh my God. One day before the big one. Oh, that way nobody gets to talk about it because it gets swept under the rug. There's a much bigger thing to worry about. They're showing you how these distractions work, right? Release something embarrassing, or if something gets embarrassingly released and you can't control it, you need a distraction. The next day, that's what it was. There it is. Just one day before the deadliest attack in history in the U.S., exactly 23 years ago, Rummy made a shocking revelation that the U.S. had lost track of $2.3 trillion, and we got 8 seconds there, which brings us to this one. And again, there's so many of them, I can't read all of them. But this is the main point here. POTUS installed people within the top spot at each three-letter agency except one. And that might be the Tom DeLonge one. Just saying that. Oh. There's a good reason there. Admiral R kickstarted this and scrubbed all POTUS nominations to verify the oath. Do you think they aren't in control of those respective agencies? So this is showing you how big this thing really is. It's very exciting. The very next thing they talk about is Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam might be moving into its final phase. This really shocked me, you guys. This is, again, almost a month after the August 17th stuff, and I'm like, dang. This is getting really crazy really quickly. It's unbelievable. And what they show is these scenes from Independence Day. If you look at the bottom, it's a scene of these massive discs over all these different cities in the world. They're miles and miles wide in the movie Independence Day. Will Smith ends up kicking the bad guy's butt, kicking the aliens' butt. But let's read it. U.S. police forces are said to be gearing up for potential encounters with UFOs and aliens. Oh my gosh, why? Why would they be gearing up for potential encounters? Because it's going to be staged. You get it, man? You see what I'm saying? Officials have been given a UFO handbook revealing government and Pentagon insights on extraterrestrial activity. The police forces are being briefed on how to interact with an extraterrestrial threat. The guide also features first-hand accounts from officers. We're at 6,723 now. We're going to hit 7,000 pretty soon, I hope. First-hand reports from officers recounting sightings of eerie green triangular lights and incidents where ETs were allegedly on scene. They warned that UAPs spotted in U.S. airspace pose a clear and immediate threat to pilots and military personnel. Of course they want it to be a threat. They also highlight that these unidentified phenomena represent a serious national security risk due to unknown capabilities and mysterious origins. If you're going to scare somebody, you got to set them up. You got to start making them afraid. This is exactly how you do it. You got to build up the fear porn, right? You got to get it going. That's what they're doing. Is Project Bluebeam moving towards its next phase? Well, they're asking a question they already know the answer to. So again, it's really looking like we're on the countdown to the shutdown here. Because if something like this happens, it's going to shut down society. People are not going to go to work right away. It could immediately lead to a battle in the sky between the Cabal and the Alliance and their respective craft. You're probably going to have a blackout, and it's all going to happen all at the same time. The emergency messaging system, people are going to be like, what the hell is going on? Mass UFO event, I'm scared. Now the power is out. It's going to be really bizarre. But again, I'm only reading the tea leaves and showing you how all these pieces fit. It's very interesting. So this is their reference guide for the law enforcement of unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP. You can read this if you want to. I've zoomed in on it enough that you can look at it. And then the video is 135 seconds long, which again describes banks controlled by the Roths. So no surprise there. What are they really saying? That the Roths are the ones who built this stuff that they're going to do the fake invasion with. That's obvious to me. And that's what Uncle Jack said too. So then you got to wonder what's going on with Trump Force One. Are they planning something out here? That might be. It says ABC reports that he plans to initiate certain types of military activity against enemies when he regains power. Who are these individuals stepping off of his aircraft? Well, they kind of just fed you the answer, didn't they? They're planning this thing out right now. That's really, really intense, you guys. They keep telling us and telling us and telling us this stuff. Larry Newkirk says, is Heritage Foundation part of the DS? I don't know. I'm not sure what Heritage Foundation... Maybe I should know, but anyway, I don't know. And once again, we're back to post number 13, 11 and 12 for context, which again is military intelligence versus these other groups. Takeover investigations. They lost this power. The biggest drop we've ever received. Think about the timing. So there you go. It's going to happen. They're making it very clear that this is all going to happen. I'm excited as beyond belief. Then they have a gripping video of his motorcade. They put that on TG, and they say sound on. And it was 11 seconds, and we just read post 11, so there it is again, redundantly on the same day. Same thing, which is that they're going to be doing takeovers. It's going to happen, folks. You don't have to keep waiting much longer. November's the deadline. Then we see a video of her daughter admitting that this thing was a hoax. In the debate, he referenced this undercover video featuring her daughter where she admits that this issue was a hoax and it was all staged. 2.5 million views, you guys. Wow. 90-second video leads us to this post, which just says, we confirmed it and it's classified. So again, they're confirming that they're getting ready to do something. All of these things are going to come out in the open. I cannot wait for this. Then we see that this particular parent company is preventing all coverage on a particular issue. They interrupted him repeatedly during the debate, which should not be surprising given their history of cover-ups. In 2019, leaked footage showed a particular anchor complaining that they had prevented her from doing reporting, citing that they had bowed to pressure from powerful figures, including the royal family. Keep in mind who owns this network. Wow. So all this stuff is going to come out in the open. And then we got 208 seconds in the video, which leads us to these two posts side by side. It says $4.9 billion in government subsidies. Why? And then it says RISV Traverse Management, very important. So I don't know if that one's relevant or not. I just left it in there because I don't know who they are, but I left it in there. You can decide for yourself. Next one. I'm trying to get through this quickly because if I don't get out of here in an hour, I'm going to miss my dinner. Basically, that's the bottom line. I mean, I might not miss it, but I'm going to have to go in late and it would suck. Anyway, here we go. Mysteries of particular building and its tenants. So it's a 47-story skyscraper, and something happened 5:20 p.m. despite nothing actually hitting it. And it had the following tenants: the company, the IRS, Secret Service, Department of Defense, New York City Office of Emergency Management, and SEC. And then the BBC reported that something happened 25 minutes before it actually did. So they're telling you, get ready. This is all going to come out in the open. You're going to learn what really happened. It's going to become public. It won't be a conspiracy anymore. 43 seconds is one of the most mind-blowing arrest prophecies we ever got in the whole collection. Here it comes. These crumbs are not meant to scare anyone, but merely inform resistance will be dealt with swiftly. Whoa. The core focus is removing entrenched and fortified bad actors within the Fed, past and present, as well as others. And then look at this, folks. This is where it gets even more heavy. Simply be diligent. Phone numbers will be provided if you witness anything going on out in the open, like an uprising. Any military is seen for your protection, as well as to demonstrate our resolve. So there's going to be stuff happening on the streets. That is one of the most provocative posts they ever had, and they tied it directly in with this building that we were just talking about. I think something's going to happen. I don't think we're going to be waiting much longer. That's why I'm kind of freaked out about being in Canada, to be honest with you. I don't want to get trapped here. But I had to do this vacation. I'm like, F it, I am definitely going. They're just going to have to wait for me to get back home. I'm going to be back before October starts. Then, this was another thing that they put on TG, a huge video about the use of the DEW system. You can figure out what that is. It starts with directed, and it ends with something that is used to hurt in this particular situation. And the towers were actually turned to dust. They talk about this in the video. It's a long video. Well, this is interesting because at the same time I went back. Last week I talked to you about that I have this kind of underground band that nobody's ever heard of that I like. It was a pet project of Phil Collins after Genesis broke up. They lost Peter Gabriel. He wasn't even necessarily going to become the lead singer right away. They kind of reluctantly had Phil Collins become their singer. He wasn't really experienced when he first got started. And along the way, from 77 to 79, he was deeply involved in a side project with very, very high-level jazz musicians, including John Goodsall on guitar, Percy Jones on bass, Morris Pert on percussion, incredible percussionist. And they were doing jazz fusion music similar to Mahavishnu Orchestra, similar to Yellow Jackets, similar to Spyro Gyra. But this one had much more of a rock and roll feel than most of the other ones did. And it was cleaner than Mahavishnu Orchestra, which came out of Miles Davis's classic Bitches Brew. So after I watched this video when I was going through the airport, actually, because that was the day I was flying. I was in, having my meal, and I was trying to watch this thing, hold it up to my ear and listen to it. And it's like, dang, they're talking about the towers being dustified. And then I thought about the classic Brand X song that it might have been prophetic. The song is called Don't Make Waves. And this is probably the best. There was only 2 songs in all the Brand X collection where Phil Collins really stepped forward as a lead singer. And again, the product of their album from 1979 is like one of my favorite recordings. You got to really love art rock and jazz fusion, though, or you're not going to like it, because it's got a lot of fast. Everybody's playing really fast, and it's all this kind of stop time stuff and da-da-da-da-da-da, really interesting syncopated rhythms. Very complex. It's not for the lighthearted. It's very intense, aggressive music, okay? It's got very aggressive drumming, very aggressive solo shredding guitar. He's doing all this crazy stuff. And then Phil Collins, in the midst of this incredible stuff, is singing. He sings Don't Make Waves and Soho, and of the 2 songs, Don't Make Waves is by far the better one, although they're both good. I love that song. It's one of my favorite songs, and it totally shows you how he was getting ready to do In the Air Tonight. It kind of is a setup for In the Air Tonight. It's a beautiful song. In the song, he may have been prophetic of what we just saw here, because here's the lyrics. As foreign armies march across your land, witness the downfall of all your plans. Wait for it, here it comes. Their lethal rays bring towers down to dust. Their life detector picks up waves from us. That's the song. Their lethal rays bring towers down to dust. And it actually got me wanting to listen to Brand X, because that's what they were talking about in this video. So again, is it possible that Phil Collins, or whoever wrote those lyrics, when he heard their lethal rays bring towers down to dust, was he prophesizing something that was going to be, at that point, 22 years in the future, because it was released in 1979? Maybe so. I'm not the only psychic out there. It's a very, very interesting. Bill Bruford, King Crimson, and yes, you're right. Those are all really good examples, and King Crimson is amazing. Yes is amazing. Of course, Roundabout, to me, is always going to be their best song. And, Brand X is right up there in that same level of quality to me. Elton John's CD Big Picture is almost entirely prophecy. It is decoded in my head about 4 years ago. I'll have to listen to that. The Realist Justin said, you better sing it. Well, I did. I did sing it, so thank you. Okay, so then we got the number of seconds leads us to post 595, which is kind of just a placeholder. SEC attack, failure test 1. Well, is the SEC going to get attacked? Are we going to see financial event? We might. Then they right away, in all this other stuff on that day, talk about how Neo's passport in the movie The Matrix was set to the very same day that these things happened. You can see it right there. The expiration date is set. Go look on the bottom right. There it is. And he's in Capital City, USA, which again, it could be implying New York. That's called predictive programming. Most likely, the people who did The Matrix in 99, the brothers or then the sisters, whatever you want to call them, they knew what was going to happen 2 years later, and this was a predictive programming that they put in there to let you know that something was going to happen in Capital City, USA on that date. And it was also interesting that, you know, the Alliance decided to make this post about a passport on the same day that I was flying after getting a brand new passport the day before. So thank you guys for another roundabout endorsement. I'll be the roundabout. The words will make you out and out. Right? Spend the day away. Morning diving through the sun in the vivid sun. I don't know. It's a great song. I love that song. Da, 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 da. And the drums are fucking great. Bill Bruford is great. Anyway. Post 10 leads us to this very scary thing at the end. These people worship Satan. Some of them openly show it. Good people were forced into bed with this under personal and family threats. Could you live with yourself having to cover up these acts if you had a safe way out? Implying that they do, and you should take the deal if you can get a deal. I would definitely recommend to people, if it turns out that they're bringing you in, take the deal. I would definitely take the deal. Then on this anniversary date, they talk about the explosions in the basement on that particular day. William Rodriguez, the last man out, was a janitor on that day who heroically saved lives, unlocking the doors with a master key. When he began speaking about certain things happening in the basement before other things hit, he was swiftly ignored and even pressured by the FBI to stay silent. Despite his first-hand account, his testimony was never included in the report. Again, they're telling you... sorry, I was looking at it. I should have had it on there. They're telling you what they're getting ready to do. Thankfully, I'm not going to miss the slides too many times, but that time you had to see me looking over at it and reading it. Anyway, there it is. And the views had 1 million, and we're at 104 seconds. Another really provocative statement. Now is the time to pray because we are operational. So they're again talking about the present, folks. They're talking about what's happening now. They're operational now. I do too much singing, my voice starts to get gravelly automatically. So I have the right rock and roll voice. But I don't really want a gravelly voice when I'm doing this type of public speaking. Okay. Now we have good old Georgie and his brother and cousin. What a magical coincidence that he just so happened to be working security. Really? Oh yeah. Look at this. The commission conveniently omitted the fact that Marvin, the brother of George, and their cousin were key figures in the company responsible for security. Stratosec or Securicom not only managed their security, but also had contacts with Dulles International Airport, where certain flights took off, and United. This covers many of the most important critical security failures. If that weren't enough, Strata was also in charge of security at Los Alamos, which was one of the few places in the world capable of producing certain ingredients found in dust. The odds that one company could be connected to so many different key elements are nothing short of remarkable. Well, they're telling you, yeah, it's because it's all colluded. And you're going to learn all this stuff. They're giving you indications of what we're going to be learning, folks. That's what it is. 80 seconds. Oh, and somebody said, Happy Sunday. Thank you for the information. I appreciate that. That's Brian. He donated. Thank you very much, Brian. And let's read this. We need to get organized. Things need to be solved to understand what is about to happen. And they keep telling you UFO false flag, fake alien invasion. They're handing out reports to the police. They're already staging fake UFO sightings that are probably their craft. And, you know, what was Tom DeLonge talking about? They're going to try to link Roswell to what? To the Greek gods, to Atlantis, Antarctica, and then we know where that leads back to. It's going to lead back to Lucifer. So this is very weird. Something is getting ready to happen, folks. I'm so glad because I'm tired of doing these shows and waiting for it. I want to get it on with. I don't want to keep just talking about it. Let's get the show on the road. So then we talked about this other stuff before. Alice in Wonderland, da-da-da-da. So, the moderator in the debate just so happened to be a close sister to one of the participants. Imagine that. In an interesting twist, last night's moderator, Lindsay, happens to have been a sister in Alpha Kappa Alpha. They both share the same sorority ties, which explains the apparent bias that we saw during the debate. And people picked up on this. This became mainstream knowledge, and it sure shows collusion to me. So there you go. 72,000 views, and it's 333, which is a nice number for me, 333. Brings us to post number 213. Very on the nose. The world cannot swallow the truth, but you're going to get it anyway whether you want it or not. That's what's coming. It's very intense. Then we see 1,700 liberals could finally agree on something. They certainly agree politically, don't they? But they were able to agree on what is considered fact. And they get together so they can all persecute what they think is the truth. They've come together on X to target people with community notes on anything they disapprove of, spearheaded by the Krasenstein brothers, who ensured that anyone mentioning this particular jewelry received permanent notes. Oh my God. Now they're vowing to flag every account that speaks out against other things. On this particular day in November, if they were to prematurely declare someone as a winner, the same group will be quick to slap a note on your account and insist that she did win. This is what we are up against. It's not going to go that way. That's why they're telling you this. They know what they're up against, and so we're not going to see a normal November, as I keep telling you. So that's what that's about. It says they're going to unite here, share information and facts before lies spread like fire in the wind. And then, fact check, da-da-da-da. She did not wear any such thing. Well, actually, there's a company that makes stuff that looks almost exactly the same. September 12th. Then it says right here she wants to start World War III before we head into November. That would be a big distraction, wouldn't it? So VP issued a stark warning to the West stating that if a particular country is permitted to use these weapons to make deep strikes, it would effectively mean that U.S. and NATO would become direct enemies of this country, and then they would be legitimate military targets. Will they try to start this before this event? No, I don't think it's really going to happen, but they're certainly trying to provoke it. It's just that they're not going to be allowed to do it. Okay, that's a very important point. 43 seconds on this one. Again, that is a groundbreaking post, one of the most shocking ones. Phone numbers will be provided if you witness an uprising or other domestic violence. Anybody you see out there is for your protection, as well as to demonstrate our resolve. Resistance will be dealt with swiftly, removing entrenched and fortified bad actors. There's not going to be a normal November. They keep saying it over and over again. They do the length of these videos on purpose, and I don't know if anybody else is reporting on this besides me, so I'm the guy who's crazy enough to keep doing these shows and telling you about this, regardless of whatever risks I'm taking. All right, let's keep going. They finally admitted to this issue in the media. This picture is really haunting to me because, I just got a very bad feeling from this when I was looking at it, like, ooh, man. And they say that it's made by Tiffany. Okay, that might be true. But it looks almost exactly like the product of this company, Icebach. And that's their website, sound after the word, you can then .com. And sure enough, they are Wi-Fi audio headphones that you can wear that look like it's just some normal thing. But that's not what it is. It can transmit messages. And so it said right here that they finally admitted it 2 days later. This is from New York Post. The company, this Icebach, says that these things are strikingly similar to their Bluetooth device and offered to make ones for $45, which of course is a transgender joke. He's not going to go out there wearing these kinds of things. That was funny, though. You got to give him credit. That was funny. Then people were bringing this post up that it says assistance in the form of a special communication device. Look, Uncle Jack told me they have these a long time ago. George W. was using them. It can fit inside your ear. It's a nanotechnology. It's very advanced. And that's why he'd have the Bushisms where he'd say things like, put food on your family and misunderestimated me. A lot of that was because he couldn't quite parse what was being said in his ear. This is nothing new. It doesn't matter whether particular jewelry does something or not. The technology is much smaller than that. It just might be that the jewelry works better if they were using it. I don't know if they were. I have no idea. But it's interesting. And then this cartoon kind of symbolized where everybody went. Excuse me, do you still need me here? And sure enough, the guy, David, who was doing this, lost over 1 million viewers within a matter of days on his network, and they're already really in the dumps on ratings. So this had a catastrophic effect. And I tried to watch a little of it. I saw them ganging up on him, like, nope, this is going to make me too angry. I don't even want to sit through this. I'm just going to get so pissed off, I don't even want to sit through this. This was the headline on New York Post. Cambush. He was rattled as her and the ABC hosts all ganged up on him. So everybody saw this. And then I wanted to post this particular thing because it said the note should be removed. The company itself, which again is Icebach, is selling a special edition pair on their website. And they actually have a video from the website. Of course, they got this taken down. It's been banned. It's not happening anymore. I think they probably got threatened. But you actually see the website name at the bottom, and they have this link on their website. Take a look and see what the manufacturer has on their website. So here it is. And it says, if you look closely at the bottom, we're going to zoom in on this more and more as time goes on here. 2024 presidential election. And then it says right there, we're going to zoom in even more. You can see the name of the website, which is correct. They're scrolling through it, which is correct. You know, I don't think they faked this. Whoever did this did not have sophisticated video production capability. But it's very weird because it says special edition for presidential debates will soon be available for everyone. So they were going to make them, they were going to make a new model in the exact Tiffany shape, and it was on their website, and then it immediately disappeared. So I think somebody got to them and threatened them really badly, but then they came out with this snide remark about, oh yeah, we'll make them for $45. This was pretty trippy, man. I caught that one. It was on their website at one point. And so did they actually make them? I don't know. But that's interesting, isn't it? Then this whistleblower was going to come out and reveal that everything had been a setup. 2 key claims. They had sample questions nearly identical. And then number 2, that certain individual would be fact-checked, but the other would not face any scrutiny at all. And he points to several other elements designed to give her an edge significantly. I wonder if we'll hear any revelations about secret things. There you go. Almost 1 million views. Then the Surgeon General in Florida reveals these dangers. This is the next one. Joseph Ladapo, he urged them to avoid certain things, instead recommending a focus on staying active, cut back on processed food, prioritize vegetables and healthy fats, get plenty of outdoor time to boost your vitamin D. These are his reasons. Number 1, cardiovascular. We know about this. Number 2, POTS, postural, It may increase this particular thing affecting heart rate. Autoimmune disease may be a heightened risk of lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, and psoriasis. And then waning effectiveness after 4 to 6 months, no longer effective or less effective, and you might have increased risk of infection. Number 5, there's concerns that certain things could remain in the body for an indefinite period. Number 6, it could integrate into your DNA and possibly get passed down. Number 7, the more that you take, the worse it gets. Long-term health impact is uncertain. You know, I got to be really careful on this one, obviously. So he advises against these use, and he says that, you know, anybody over the age of 65 should prioritize patient access to other types of treatment. Then they showed the day after this woman waving from a massive hole in the building and created by the impact. And then we got post number 49, which is one that we haven't really seen as much. What must be reported even if filed under state secrets and name recognized around the world? How could this be discovered? Are there secret sessions already underway? Obviously the answer is yes, or they wouldn't be saying this, folks. So this is all, you know, it's really interesting. I mean, I've got to say, all of the timelines, all of the numbers of seconds in the videos, it really adds up. This is not conspiracy theory. They're clearly telling us something's going to happen, and I will be so glad when we finally get to that moment. We're not waiting anymore. And I got to get to dinner pretty soon too. I might even need to eat something on the air. I'm getting hungry. You burn a lot of calories talking like this. Just yakety yak yak yak. So many slides, and we got 10 days to go. Something like that. 9 days to go. So then we see that these gangs are creating extortions already in Colorado. That's really bad. They're extorting truck drivers for money to park at a truck stop in Colorado. The police were instructed to stand down as they apparently have federal immunity. Oh my God. I mean, that's why I didn't want to go get my passport in Aurora, as you can imagine. Jesus. So then we see, again, post number, it's 700,000 views, post number 147. They said, this is a direct attack. The article is disinfo, but made to send a message to POTUS. You are witnessing history. God be with us all. So again, they're saying this is a direct attack by the clowns. Then they get into some very controversial areas here where they say that Kay has facilitated certain things happening. He issued a grave warning claiming that as Attorney General, certain crimes were downgraded, and now she's facilitating this at the largest level in history. Pretty insane, right? 700,000 views, post number 52, which we've seen before. What does the swamp refer to? How much does it buy? What is their net worth? How does it reconcile? What did they do for surgery? You've seen all this before. So again, the idea is that they're not really making their money off of what you think, which is getting paid as government officials. They're getting money under the table, extra stuff. And Wild Bill says, I really would like to use the artificial intelligence so that nobody can criticize me anymore. If he could, I'm sure he would. He's planning to weaponize AI to silence anybody opposing his agenda. He insists that his critics must be censored in order to sway the undecided individuals into believing that everything is okay. He's pushing for AI to shut down any voice that challenges this narrative. Yeah, I think everything's really safe, and you should just be grateful for the fact that we made this for you to make you more healthy. Okay, buddy. Got it. Thank you. Next. Not going to do it. No way. Post number 46. And it says, does the company have operators inside the media? What would happen if it was exposed? What happens if it ties back to them knowing as executives? What would happen if this is related to leaking? What if it can be verified that no sourced stories were in fact to be published? The wormhole goes deep. The public has been given a select taste. Rest assured, others have it all. 100% verifiable, impossible to refute. It's all going to come crashing down, folks. And it doesn't matter if he uses AI or not. It won't make any difference. Whoa. Then this is pretty shocking and terrifying. 560,000 of these individuals have already gotten nailed under the age of 10. And this is in the first phase of an emergency campaign, massive effort driven by Wild Bill. It's far from over. In just 4 weeks, there is a second round set to begin. Remember, they're actually pausing the war. Let's stop killing everybody for a while so we can save you from this horrible thing. Right. Ensuring everyone receives another one. We're up to 6,800 now, you guys. This is unbelievable. Thank you for being here today. Evil incarnate, people say. David looks awesome. Thank you. I guess it helps when I've got crappy cameras and crappy bandwidth. And, thank God that we're able to stay on the air. It still says excellent connection. We're at 6,811 viewers, 28,900 total views already. So this is great. And we are so close to getting financed. Let's hope it happens before this trip is over. That way, when I'm back at home, I can tell you. Maybe I'll do a video Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm not sure yet. Maybe Thursday at the latest. But we'll get caught up on all these new slides. And I hope to have a success story for you by then. Okay. A major Islamic prophecy foretells an event involving a particular problem devastating their peninsula, leaving many to wonder if this is the beginning of something much larger. Time will tell. It's very sad. I wish there was more that could have been done, but this did happen, unfortunately. So, 51 seconds leads us to this one, which we've seen many times before. This is the guy who's suicidal. I've read this to you so many times, I don't need to keep doing it again. But I'm glad that they brought it up. He says he's, with all the race war and the possibilities, I became suicidal. I can't stand that no one will open their eyes to see that we're being manipulated. I hope what you guys are saying is true. I will be praying for everybody risking their lives, that the Lord will guide them. Praying for the spiritual edification of God, for his complete safety. The pieces are coming together. If this is true, the Alliance are absolute geniuses. I would have never imagined it could be ever possible to take on this monster of corruption. And then they answer him and say, we hear you, dear patriot. We hear all Americans like yourself. The time has come to take back our great land. Woo, it's going to happen, folks. If I was in front of an audience, it would be a big applause moment here, right? Amazing. Rest assured, he is backed by the absolute finest people alive who are all dedicated to eradicating evil and corruption. Find peace. God is with us. God bless you, and be safe. Then he actually, in his talk, says that something was used to tip her off. He unleashed a bombshell, alleging that the questions were provided and that there was something there to help her through the whole process. And now we've got good old post number 36, which again is very shocking, where it says, you cannot imagine the full and complete picture. If he failed and HRC assumed power, we were prepared to do the unthinkable. There is simply no other way than to use the military. It's that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our great country. That's on the nose. On the nose. Don't make waves. Hear what I say, don't make waves. Don't make waves. That was pitchy, I'm sorry. Dude, the restaurant downstairs is playing the pitchiest frickin' music. I cannot stand it. That's one of the reasons why I got to get out of here and go back to where I was, because it's horrible when people sing and they're not on pitch, because I was trained, the music immediately stops, you got to sing it again. Pitchiness drives me crazy. I occasionally sing off pitch just because I'm not really putting my heart into it, but I try not to. Yeah, okay, there's some Private David stuff. Then we see good old Bolton is pushing for this event to take place because they need that distraction so badly, right? He's pushing for World War III, advocating for the assassination of V over a fabricated nuclear threat, a claim that was never even made. And then we got post 16, which he says, get the popcorn. And this is right before the big arrest actually did happen, so they were forecasting that, right? Friday and Saturday will deliver on our promise. We have to clean house in order to free up and demonstrate who has authority to pass legislation. This is always a priority. All will come into focus. Anyone who thinks he's not in control is kidding themselves. He is 100% insulated and has zero risk of actually being impeached. Wow. Next thing, and this was the end of the first week, I believe, right around the end of the first week, we saw good old Kennedy saying that he has a promise to detox our food, water, and air. His latest ad lays out a bold plan to revolutionize our food system, take on BP, and root out the corruption within agencies that are supposed to keep us safe. He wants immediate action, eliminating harmful chemicals in food, purifying our water supply, and clearing the skies. And I had just taken a picture of this right before I thought I was going to do these slides last week, and the gosh darn thing doesn't work, which I now figure out is because I have to do this thing under output and start-stop broadcasting. Anyway, thank God I got through these slides this week. David, what is your boyfriend's name? Says Daisy Alvin Fred. As I've said before, I'm not gay. I was married. I've only had girlfriends, but I do love to play gay characters, so I have Chelsea the gay man, I have Galen, and I have Tranma. And there might be others that we're going to come out with as well. Come out with. Oh my God. So yeah, I think I grew up in upstate New York, and as I said before, there were a lot of gay students in my school, and they were in the food court, and they were doing this performative gayness. It was very, very funny. You could get mad about it if you want to, but it's still going to happen every day. So I learned, you know what? It's hilarious. So I think that the really over-the-top, highly gay character is a hilarious character, and I love to do that character even though I'm not actually gay. So there you go. Enough said. But you guys always want to fantasize about your own stuff. Anyway, 159 seconds leads to post 159. The hunt for Red October. This is a reference to the submarine that went missing. Incorrect. So what is that really about? That's the movie about a nuclear showdown that almost took place between the U.S. and the USSR, but was stopped at the last minute involving submarines. That's part of this formula they're talking about. So again, it threads perfectly. 6809 are watching your handsome rock star face. We love you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess the hair is working, right? Let's fluff it up even more. Let's make it even more rock and roll than it already is. Don't make waves. Keep it on the nose. Oh, look at that. We got hair popping up everywhere. We pull up the back, make it look as crazy as possible, because people like that. They like the waves. I do need to make waves. Hear what I say, don't make waves. Don't make waves. Okay, I love that song. Towers Down to Dust. Lethal Rays. Interesting. Ladim66 donated $20. Your 5th super chat. Thank you very much. Fluff the Angelic Curls says, Kung Fu Chicks. Love your hair. Spot on again, Dave. Robert Plant, you should have some cash and barter items. Paper printout of all bank accounts, I agree. Enough for a couple of weeks minimum. Yes. Let's Go Stavati says, Veronique, Buermont. Enjoy your holiday. Thank you, Veronique. Merci beaucoup. Mercy buckets. Yeah, mercy buckets, right? Anyway. And then good old PETA says, oh, you know what? All these disappearances, it's the result of white males. Because that's just what they do. You know, they go out and they can you even believe this? Sunflower Life donated and said, Master David, very few voices ring true upon my path. Yours is certainly one of them. Thank you for your continued service to humanity. You and your work matter. David, we love you. David, use your phone as a webcam. I don't think so. No way. Also, go and listen to My Wave by Soundgarden. Yeah, it's probably great. Soundgarden's got some great stuff. J5 Dog Bless just donated. 5th super chat. Thank you very much. All right, I got to keep going because I'm getting hungrier and hungrier, you guys. They actually said this in a strange response to the growing number of missing in Ohio. They're about to release a commercial urging people to keep them indoors. Oddly, the video appears to point the finger at white suburban males. Oh my God, really? They don't go missing by themselves. It's got to be that dude down the street from you, and he's all freaking high, and he says, you know what, I need a pet. Let's go get a pet. Or maybe No, he's not hungry. Come on. I'm hungry, but I wouldn't want to eat that. And I'm a white male. So then, number 29, some things must remain classified to the very end. Korea's not being run by Kim. He's just an actor. Who is the director? The truth would sound so outrageous, because obviously it's the DS. Most people would riot, revolt, and reject. These networks are being dismantled. These abductions are being paused. We pray every day for God's guidance and direction as we are truly up against pure evil. How many are we up to now? 6,800 people. Wow. It's incredible. Thank you guys for being here. It's the biggest crowd I've had in a long time. Since, before my divorce, actually. Why would it have to happen when I'm on such a crappy gear? I'm sorry about that, but here we are. We're doing it. It's live. It's fun. So Megan says they're going to get a bombshell in the next 12 months. And major revelations will come to light within that time, insisting that he's not alive, which, they're saying the opposite. I think he probably is, that he's being held in custody. That's going to be a big shock when he comes out and he's still around, right? And he gets to be interviewed. Throw Dave some corn burritos. So awful, I can't believe that's disgusting. Okay, you guys are, joking it up. So, she was one of the first journalists to debunk this whole thing, interviewing a particular individual and publicly declaring his innocence. So she changed. She's now going to expose the connections to every branch of the government. Wow. Post number 29. And we just saw this one literally just before they doubled it again. So we don't need to read it twice, but again, we're truly up against pure evil. Then it says here, Russia is bracing for a spiritual battle with reports of them reciting prayers in preparation for potential nuclear conflict. And then this was a headline recently on the Saturday of last week. We can't hide from nuclear war, and they're mulling an escalation. Well, I don't really think this is going to happen. This is all part of the stagecraft to scare people into an awakening. And the ETs wouldn't allow it anyway, even if they tried to do it. It's never going to happen. Beings will not allow that to occur, the positive ETs. Anyway, post number 23. And this is another one talking about military intelligence and that they have the same special access. And why did the Constitution explicitly grant this to the president? What are they preventing? They knew agencies would grow so much in power they could hold the executive hostage or engage with bad actors. He nominated someone new to every agency but one. He controls the top. And then we got on the weekend, just like they said, this occurred on a Saturday. They said, get ready for your popcorn. The weekend will deliver on the promise. And then lo and behold, we had this whistleblower spill the beans. It's freaking incredible. An affidavit alleged biased moderation practices being made public. Names are redacted. He says he does not support 45, but his claims are explosive. Similar questions in advance. The administration prevented them from questioning the health of a particular individual. They blocked inquiries into allegations against the brother-in-law, who was accused of big crimes involving billions. And they said they're in fear of potential retribution. And I've now got very loud housekeeping activity right outside the door. You hear all that? There's garbage cans being done, all that kind of stuff. Let's hope this ends pretty soon. I got the do not disturb sign on my door, and I hope that really happens, because if they knock, it's like, well, I'm live. Sorry, I can't talk right now. I'm actually I'm only happening to talk to 7,000 people here, you guys. Wow. Anyway, they're fearful of potential retribution. That's the other thing. And then he said that he has secret recordings proving that they pressured moderators to do this type of stuff. She was instructed on which questions to avoid. And so then you can read all that. It's been online. If you're on X, you've probably seen it already. It's really amazing stuff. Then they say that rigging these things is nothing anybody's not seen before. In 2016, Donna did the same thing by providing a certain individual who we know and love, the Queen Mother of America, with her questions in advance. Ah, okay, so that's why she did so well. She was hired as a political commentator, which is now under fire for what they did. The pattern seems familiar. The affidavit was signed one day before this happened, and it eerily matches events that did unfold and provides a strikingly accurate account of what transpired. She wasn't questioned about the Attorney General. She wasn't fact-checked. No questions were asked about the brother. Joe Biden, was never mentioned. And she was overly rehearsed, like she'd been provided briefings on this. Then at the same time that it's all falling apart, the wheels are coming off, it's all getting really exciting for me and everybody else, we had yet another attempt that was made. Unfrickin' believable. Was there another attempt right before? Shots were fired at the golf club in West Palm. An AK-47 found in the bushes, and he fled and was later arrested. Yes, this is all, we're on the timeline now. Unfrickin' believable, and they do a whole bunch of slides on this. He was staying at the golf club at the time. He is safe. These attempts are becoming alarmingly blatant. It's time to start identifying the key figures behind these orders, which is the process we're getting ready to see. The big arrests, right? So then we see here another one that came out after this. Officials have confirmed that this was an attempt targeting him and that there was a gunfire exchange. They missed again. The negative, missed again. 61 says, we've anticipated, here it is, the theme of the show, countdown to shutdown, right? We've anticipated Twitter, X, and other social media blackouts. We quickly tracked and reinstated. Expect outages periodically. It's infiltrated. So there is going to be outages, folks. They're telling you over and over again, there's going to be a shutdown. You got to get ready. If this doesn't signal what I've been saying, I don't know what will. So again, the attempt that was made shows the level of desperation that's going on. It's very intense. And then it says here he was tipped off. How did he know where to go? The location was completely secret. None of the details were public. How did he know where that this would be taking place? Who provided him the information? Could there be a mole? And the idea of the lone guy doing it is highly improbable. 1.3 million views. Post 108. And it says, nothing is as it seems. It's flushing out BO. And I'm not talking about the way my armpits smell. They're actually pretty good right now. Some other type of BO. Why is that relevant? Anyway, we got to keep going. I got so many slides to get through. It's just massive. So the friends already knew this guy. They were very familiar with him. If I had the time, I was going to put a little cigarette on his belly button because I thought that would have been funny, but I didn't have time to do that. They already knew him. He was on their radar. He's 58 years old. He's white. Now they're potentially investigating a second attempt. Are they investigating themselves? Yeah, I think that could really use eyebrows and a cigarette. It would look even better. The suspect, as it turns out, was a darling of the MSM. His name is Ryan, and he was interviewing with Newsweek in 2022, candid about his views and efforts to recruit people to help them. The previous guy was featured in another commercial. All these coincidences lead to the same place. 700,000 views. 109 seconds. And this is actually our classic Archangel Michael post, so thank you to the Alliance. I really appreciate that you guys did this once again. It was incredible. I love it. It says, you got the flaming sword, Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of the heavenly hosts, by the power of God, cast down to hell Satan and all his evil spirits, who prowl about the world, seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. There again, I'm the Archangel Michael guy, so it's not hard to see that despite what a few trolls might want to say, the Alliance really supports what I'm doing, and they always have. I love it. Then we see his posts were immediately scrubbed. Stay positive, says Wendy Linton. I agree. Thank you for your donation. David will get his financing. No nuclear war. Fear not. I totally agree, and thank you again for the donation. Social media companies like Meta are working quickly to delete these pages. Thanks to Real Jake Jacks, he managed to archive the entire page containing posts about recruitment and posts about things that happened in Hawaii. Okay. And then we got 142 seconds, which gives us a really, really huge one that we've seen before. I'm just going to let you read it on your own. Tracing the bloodlines of 3 families. What was World War II? Who was really behind Hitler? What was their purpose? And, Angela, follow the bloodline. Who died on the Titanic? What year did it sink? That's the year the Federal Reserve started, right? What exactly happened? This was because people who were resisting the formation of this were on the ship, right? We've heard about that. How do we know who was on the lifeboats? And again, it was because, women and children first, and so all the men who they needed to target were not able to get out. So they're talking about that. That's going to go public. And then the Fed and Titanic's a tragic love story. What happened to the Hindenburg? That one I don't know about. That's the blimp that exploded. Who controls the narrative? And then it says the truth would put 99% of the people in the hospital. It must be controlled. And I do believe that. All right, I got to keep moving, guys. I'm hungry and I'm tired and I only got 20 minutes and I got to get home to my real home because this place sucks. No offense, it's one of the least expensive hotels. Okay, he only got probation after having one of these. Oh my God, what? Yeah. He was arrested for having this particular thing, but his punishment was shockingly light. He only got probation. And it's intended to inflict mass casualties. So there's no doubt who he was working for, as you can see right there. And then 26 is another one that we've seen many times. Think about it logically. The only way is the military. So they're just telling you over and over and over again, fully controlled, save and spread. So this is going to happen, folks. Something's going to happen. I cannot wait. I'm glad to be doing these shows. I'm glad that I carved out time for my vacation. And in hopefully less than 20 minutes, I'll be free. I can drive home in time for dinner. Wouldn't that be nice? There's so many of these. I got to get through them. So he appeared in a commercial for these particular battalions. Unbelievable. He actually appeared in the commercial, volunteer battalion formed in 2014 for the purpose of combat. What are the chances that they both ended up in these commercials? Unfrickin' believable, right? There he is. He's looking all sad and somber. Well, he obviously had a much different face when he was getting ready to blow him away. My God, dude. Let's hope they get some answers out of this guy, right? He's been kept alive. Nobody shot him. Post 140. This is another one that's very massive. I don't have time to read the whole thing. Wealth over generations buys power. Power over generations buys more wealth and control. And it buys countries and people. The inner TRI families will collapse. The strings have been cut. The puppets in the shadows. And da-da-da, the Saudi Arabia stuff. We read this one before. Who really controls the enormous scale of events currently ongoing? This is not easy to accept or believe. Operations are active. Joint missions are underway. The world is fighting back. And then they also said this. What if China, Russia, and others are coordinating to cause this to happen? Enormous scale of events are currently ongoing. Joint missions underway. The world is fighting back. Woo! Unbelievable. Then we see that somehow his posts on X also managed to get scrubbed. Imagine that. It was also deleted. You can find the entire archive in this video. There's a variety of bizarre political posts that are left-leaning. So here's a couple of them. He's talking about the haiku stairs, helped with the nanatorium. He's talking about something in Hawaii, the haiku stairs. I don't know what that is. And then he said to, I guess, Kamala, that she should visit injured people from the rally and attend the funeral. He will never do anything for them, so that's clearly biased because he obviously has. Show the world what real leaders do. So you can tell he really hates this guy. Obviously, because he was going to shoot at him. So then he's in a photo with none other than the chef of these people. You can't even make this stuff up. It's so weird. He was spotted in a photo with the world-renowned chef Jose Andres, who's cooked for the likes of various individuals and makes you wonder what exactly was he up to. The humanitarian chef. Oh, yeah, he's a humanitarian. Okay, I got it. Yeah. Travels the globe feeding third world countries like Haiti. Also delivered a speech at the Global Initiative meeting just about a week ago. How the hell did this guy end up photographing with him? Well, maybe they were at a party together. And this woman is so funny, by the way. I love the way that she acts in her videos. She's always smiling and happy and very funny. 62. I highly recommend somebody takes all these crumbs and puts it together. This will become the biggest inside dump in American history. It doesn't even matter. All the dumps are being recorded. So this is all building up to something huge. Then we see he was in regular collusion with the media. It says this again. CBS, New York Times, Semaphore, Newsweek, and several others were all in contact with him. Number 1, New York Times in 2023. Number 2, CBS texted with him for over a year. Number 3, Semaphore talked to him about recruitment. Number 4, Newsweek interviewed him. Despite being on FBI radar and a multiple-time felon, he seemed to fly right under the radar. Unbelievable. Post 94 says, this is why complete graphics are so important. Review all the other threads. Bill wants a deal. Playing the former president card. Watch the cookie quickly crumble. That's what's about to happen now. Then we see this Australian senator calling out the scams that we've seen. His name is Malcolm. He delivered a fiery speech calling out this plan and warning the public is waking up and will pursue those responsible. He claims we've been deceived by a carefully orchestrated global scam that was in the works for decades, which is exactly what I've been telling you this whole time. How many people we got? We're still at 6,759. Wow. Incredible. Thank you guys for being here. 59 seconds, and that leads us to this. And again, I got to keep moving quick, so you can read them on your own if you want to. Talking about Saudi, they play a game in the global risk. Information is everything. There's a Muslim Brotherhood is what it seems to be. The flow of information is no longer controlled by MSM, but by you. We are dedicating critical time to distribute crumbs that can be followed in greater detail to paint the whole picture once we release more information. Why has he dedicated so much time to call them fake? We are full. Here it comes. Here's Countdown to Shutdown, the theme of the show. Woo! We are fully prepared that all social media will be shut down to prevent the spread of information, POTUS's Twitter, X, and/or mass censorship. Sealed federal orders have been pre-submitted as prevention and masked as in general. Dates and impending actions are deliberately provided for authenticity. It's very exciting that when you look at the numbers on the videos of seconds and you look at the posts, it's an incredibly coherent narrative, and it keeps on going and going. I had to have some fun here again. Kanye outs this particular individual. Yeah, let's not read that, as a Fed. And he was arrested after indicted by a grand jury. Kanye told us years ago that he was a Fed, just like others. The reason you got to talk is because you took the deal, you effing Fed. His role involved gathering incriminating information on celebrities and other wealthy people participating in creepy gatherings. 1.4 million views, 54 seconds, which is a Bible quote. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope in the future. And that's very reassuring in light of all the things going on. They know it's going to work out. They know it's going to be okay. And they have the help of positive BTs. And then, of course, she wants to send us all camping. Wouldn't that be nice to go camping? Not this kind of camping. Before appearing on this network to propose arresting people for posing misinformation while accusing him of being a dictator, she previously advocated for camping to deprogram people. She would gladly place all of us on a camping trip. And then Realist Justin asked, do you think 45 would aid in mass disclosure? Absolutely. That's what the whole thing's about. Thank you for asking. Thank you for donating. Then we got the classic number post 31. World stalemate. We read this one before. We are in one of the critical times of our country. Removing the bad actors who are entrenched. We have to cut off the string pulling and blackmail. And then we see, once again, I had to make fun of the name. He's now facing major charges for his freaky parties. And he's been officially indicted. According to the indictment, he recorded people during these parties where he orchestrated and directed it and participated as well. He now faces racketeering, he faces force, fraud, coercion, and he faces transportation. The big question is, and they already know the answer, will those tapes and his client list be revealed? Obviously, the answer is yes, or they wouldn't be telling us this. Let's just make sure. Yeah, I'm still online. You guys kind of stopped writing comments for a little while. I'm like, uh-oh, it actually stopped. What's that about? Anyway, thank you guys for being here. We still got a huge audience, and I'm trying to get through so I don't miss dinner. I got 10 minutes. And in fact, I probably should cut it off at 4:30 no matter what, even if I don't get to the end. We'll just pick up the rest later, because I gotta cut it off at some point. Will he have this classical treatment happen to him? It's entirely possible. Reporter asked the Attorney General if he might meet a similar fate. The reporter also asked if the prosecution team would be similar to another case, including Maureen, the daughter of James, former director who was dismissed. So people are onto this. They know that he's at risk and something might happen to him. And then we got post number 94. And it says here, review the other threads. This is why complete graphics are so important. He paid a debt prior to leaving office. He wants a deal, playing the former president card. We just saw this one before. Godfather 3. There it is. And then Eddie Griffin claims that he's being sacrificed for powerful interests. That the raids were orchestrated by industry giants Universal, Clive, Lucian, what a name, huh? Who allegedly conspired to seize tapes that he had on him. These figures leveraged their connections with the FBI and DHS to confiscate incriminating evidence. And then that's a huge number of views, by the way, 4.5 million. And it leads us to post number 31, which we've seen many times before. So we don't need to read this again. Again, they just showed us this before. And it says, you know, we have to cut the cords. We're going to remove bad entrenched actors. Then we see she's in collusion with him. Oh, no. It's going to go up to her? Yeah. How did she lose track of over 325,000? Well, there you go. She's writing him a letter on X. Thank you for hosting our town hall. There's a lot at stake for our communities. It's critical we bring to the forefront perpetuation of racial inequality and health disparities. Right. Okay, that's all it is, isn't it? And then, does 50 Cent have the tapes? This is the next one. He once posted on Instagram claiming he's willing to pay top dollar to get his hands on this, which capture all this stuff. According to this rapper, he had cameras all throughout the house recording everything that was going on at these notorious parties. Does he actually have the tapes? Well, they obviously already do. 1.3 million views. Then we have Another scare that happened in Long Island. You see how I spelled that? That's how they like to pronounce it, Long Island, right? I got to keep moving. Anyway, the police found these things near the rally on Long Island. This seems like another sabotage from a mole. And then they said the latest update reveals it was baseless. It turns out that they were actually for training a dog and posed no real threat, but it still was very freaky, disturbing to me, as many of these things are. The video was 10 seconds long, and we've had this one before. These people worship Satan. Some openly show it. Could you help live with yourself covering this up? Then we have a senator who reveals that they are concealing evidence. This is very shocking. Richard Blumenthal, they are concealing and obstructing about the first attempt. 21 seconds, and we read this one many times before. We're far enough along that you can paint the picture without jeopardizing anything. That's great. Burchett claims that mind control was actually being used on this guy, that in both assassination attempts, actually. They manipulate mentally ill people. They paint him as a villain. They use coded language to inspire them to do things and turn them into pawns. He says they have a covert stand-down order to leave him exposed. My God, it's not good. And then this is 360 seconds, which goes to 360. We need 358 for context. We're being advised to update our code. Serious hardware is being used to break. 4 is not secure. So again, that's basically saying that they're being hacked right now, if that's actually intended for us. And then they said confirmed. Somebody said that this guy might have been worse than the other guy. That's incredible, right? HS person said he was as bad, if not worse. He had secret cameras and he was taking advantage. Every single person who stepped into his house was being filmed. Imagine that. And they show you this very weird, scary video where there's this guy in a blanket and he's being heckled by the rapper. It's very disturbing. It's 19 seconds long. It says, why do they want to control the black population? Follow the many. Maxine has a $4 million home, cash assets in excess of 6. How is that possible? All these questions help to paint the big picture. And who exposed this network and everything else? Okay, we've read that one many times. New whistleblower came forward on now the second attempt, revealing shocking details and confirming it was done on the inside. They deliberately ignored flaws at the golf course. He was allowed to be there 12 hours undisturbed. They were never told to guard vulnerable areas where he was playing. No drones were deployed for surveillance. It's extremely obvious at this point that people on the inside wanted this to happen. And then he ended his rally with Nessun Dorma. And I don't know the Italian, but I was like, Nessun Dorma, what the hell is that? Well, you probably remember it from the melody. Da, 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 da. It's a beautiful opera sung by Pavarotti, and it's in this play where there's this royal woman and she's going to decide who she's going to be together with, and the other guys die. So he's trying to be the one that she picks because otherwise he's dead. And he says, at dawn I will win. That's what Nessun Dorma means. And it was used in the movie Sum of All Fears as the perpetrators of a plot against the president are all wiped out. Very important. Okay, so he closed his rally tonight in New York with the iconic opera piece Nessun Dorma, as I said. The movie's plot centers around a near assassination of the U.S. president to try to start World War III. In dramatic finale, the song plays as the people who masterminded this are all taken out. He notably chose this song following both of these attempts at RNC and again in New York, None Shall Sleep, which is what Nessun Dorma actually means. And we got a donation from Vaca Palo, $49.99. Here's my contribution for the second third of your juicy steak. Thankfully, at the other place, it's a lot less expensive. Hoping you will get a salad and veggies this time. Perhaps some charcoal and trip to the supermarket would be more rewarding. You be the judge. Okay, fair enough. You can judge me if you want to. Anyway, 8-second video leads us to post number 8. And this is reorganization is underway and happening. You can read this if you want to. Military intelligence, no FBI. He installed his people within each top spot at each 3-letter agency except for one. Wow. Okay. Hackers breached his campaign. And this is that part. The FBI now reporting that they got in there. And this is the same agency investigating these 2 attempts. Remember the leaks that they had published before. This revealed the ability to create false attribution, meaning they can hack a system and leave a trail pointing to anyone or any nation they choose. And there you go. And it's 110 seconds, and it says MSM, counter operations, and they will all fall down. 19th, we're now getting close to the end here. Almost. These were organized by top music CEOs, these weird parties, right? After the U.S. Department of Justice announced this arrest, they have been rocked by a series of resignations, allegedly tied to claims that these parties were actually organized by the most powerful CEOs. Imagine that. Holy crap, you guys. This is going to get so crazy as it all rolls out. Post number 45. And again, it's the main point here. Soften the acts that are forthcoming this weekend. And that's going to keep on delivering, I'm sure. All kinds of things are happening. Then Gates revealed there's 5 different teams all trying to do this at the same time. It's unbelievable. Senior Department of Homeland Security informing 5 different teams. 2 of them, 3 are foreign, 2 are domestic. Even after the first attempt, the security was deliberately weakened and left him exposed to ongoing threats. And then we got post number 96. Amazing how things make sense as you're asked a question. That's the entire point of the operation. It's up to you to collect, archive, and distribute in a graphic in order with these crumb dumps. It will all make sense. Once it does, we will look to you, like people like me, to get the word out, and timestamps will validate your authenticity. Your president needs your help. Look at it. They keep trying to kill the guy. I mean, it's freaking crazy, you guys, right? He wants full transparency for the great people of this country. Everything stayed is for a reason. Then we have this very creepy tattoo of a voodoo spirit on his back, believed to be the Haitian voodoo spirit Ezili Dantor. Sparked widespread discussion. She's a symbol of motherhood, womanhood, discipline, and protection. They are now speculating that his legal troubles may stem from angering this spirit. She's associated with the divinity of love, but could become an angry mother. And that means she can kick butt, like Shiva the Destroyer. With the allegations involving women and children, some believe she may be seeking retribution against him. That's entirely possible. Then we see, this is kind of another trolling of Hillary. I mean, look, we get old. I get it. She's open to joining the administration, any role requested of her. I don't want to really make fun of people's bodies, but, okay, I'm just reporting, you guys. There we go. And then we see on the 18th and 20th that the people at the rally might have been hit by an ultraviolet device. First, they said, they'll attack patriots, and then they said it might have been chemicals. But then later on, they came out with this on the 20th. UV laser, temporary blindness, burns, and severe eye pain. It's very sad if you watch the videos. Scientists claiming the symptoms align with handheld UV lasers, invisible to the eye, undetectable by cameras, operating in UVB, causing permanent retinal damage, possibly. Security teams are urged to watch for suspicious devices resembling flashlights or cameras, and attendees are advised to wear UV-blocking sunglasses even indoors to protect against this. Very, very scary stuff. And they go to post 31, which we've already seen many times before, and it says, we are working to remove the bad actors and stop the string pulling and blackmail. This is very sad that Justin might have been one of the victims. Kim Porter was his former wife. She made a shocking revelation, discovered and copied the tapes of a young male pop star, and then since the arrest, Justin has shut himself off from everyone. That's not what the word actually is. It's a typo. And he's currently on suicide watch. The other guy. So all of these encounters were recorded. My goodness. And then we see it leads to post number 20, which again is talking about rooms in the White House being renovated and probably the same kind of weaponry being removed. Then they show you the video of the moment when they popped him. It's pretty triumphant. The life-changing moment when they grabbed him in a New York lobby, marking possibly his last moment of freedom. They move in, swiftly stop him, and pull him away from his team. They are very scared, stunned, and confused. They wander around in disbelief as their leaders led away in handcuffs. And this brings up 63, which is a warning to everybody. To those watching, you know who you are. You have a choice to make. You can stand up and do what you know is right, or suffer the consequences of previous actions. Make no mistake, you are on the losing side. The choice is yours. If you decide, again, Countdown to Shutdown is the name of our talk today. If you decide to take down the net, we will be ready. So that could happen. We're again being warned over and over again. Then we see his SEC complaint. The whistleblower filed this and alleging that she was given questions in advance SEC confirmed receiving the complaints, colluding with the presidential campaign to manipulate these things and try to influence the outcome. And then if you want to look at it up close, you can go there or see it here. And then we got Tarotina showering me with love. David, you are the sweetest, smartest, clever person in the world. God bless you endlessly. We are all here, brothers and sisters. Love you forever and ever. Spiritual love. Thank you very much. I'm honored. I appreciate it. I'm trying to get out of here so that you can read these things if you want to. And then Gutfeld made a stunning public accusation against good old Oprah. Said that she had skeletons in her closet and even suggested that she has bizarre eating habits. Yikes. I don't know if that's true. I hope it isn't. Post number 22, who controls the National Guard? Can the National Guard work with the Marines, activating in select cities? Do conditions need to be authorized? Using the military to save the Republic. What actually occurred? The biggest drop ever to be dropped. Study and prepare. The masses tend to panic in such situations. No war, no civil unrest, clean and swift. They keep saying it and saying it and saying it and saying it. These are not random posts. They keep linking to this. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. This is real. Something's going to happen, you guys. Then there's other posts that I'm not going to go into because he got threatened legally based on some of the people that were in the videos. I'm not going to go into any of that at all. I don't want them after me. Believe me, I'm one guy. I don't need it. Candace discusses a disturbing aspect of a video that she saw where he appears to be intoxicated, involved in questionable activities. She calls the footage deeply unsettling and said he might have been manipulated by this individual. She commends him for surviving years of alleged abuse and expresses hope he will be able to come forward. I doubt his handlers want him to speak about anything. Then we got post number 117. And then starts here, why is the arrest important? I'm out of time. I really got to just keep moving. Who financed certain events? And why are these pages being released? So you can see all that. What does money laundering mean? What is the single biggest event to generate nation states to pay out billions? Well, that would be a big scare like this UFO fake invasion, right? That could happen. Who audits where the money goes? $15,000 toothbrushes. And then, we'll go on from here. So the ex found the tapes and then she mysteriously died. This is very disturbing. Kim Porter stumbled upon the copies, made copies to protect herself. Not long afterwards, she tragically passed away from pneumonia, though some members remain convinced that she was, knocked off. Where are the copies of the tapes now? Obviously, they have them. That's the point. And then we got post number 61. Please refer back and collect my crumbs. As discussed, we've anticipated Twitter and other social media blackouts. That's the last post we have here, folks. Expect outages periodically. It is infiltrated. If this doesn't signal what I've been saying, I don't know what will. Woo! I finally made it. It's just about 4:30 right now, local time. This is big stuff, you guys. They just said again, anticipate blackouts. They're saying there could be UFOs. I don't know if that will happen, but it certainly could. So let's just see how many people we got right now. We're 6,648. And we're at 4 hours and 18 minutes. So I'm going to do our little global meditation now and get myself out of the sling here. So here we go. Are you ready? Let's do this. You can handle it for 5 minutes, 2 minutes, because I'm going to go quick. I don't want to stick around. I'm going to pack so fast and be in my car so fast you won't even believe it. I'm only going to be probably 15, 20 minutes late for dinner. Okay, here we go. Father, Mother, God, as we nicely breathe in and exhale bliss and purification, we thank you, Father, Mother, God, for your guidance, your wisdom, your protection, your service, keeping us alive, keeping our loved ones alive, keeping us safe as we breathe into the trust and the knowingness of your great plan for us. We are so grateful that you have decided to bestow us with your glory, with your majesty, with your gifts, with your wisdom, with your honesty, with your purity. We thank you for giving us a wall of protection, a shield. And we thank you for all of the wonderful things that you have done and will continue to do. Guide over us as we move through this final phase of deep jeopardy and peril. Guide us through each twist and turn in the plot. Help us see how we can become better people and become more evolved, and send this loving energy that we've raised in today's session to all those in the world in need of prayer and healing. We thank you, and we are always reminded that we are the love, we are the light, we are the one infinite creator. This is as it was, as it is now, and as it always shall be, and nothing and no one can take that from us. And we greatly anticipate the galactic family reunion, the coming of the first wave of ascension, the warning of the Virgin Mary of Garabandal, and the true ascension for humanity. In Jesus' name, and so it is. God bless. All right, coming back to the room. Thank you guys for being here. I only lost about 50 people that time. Oh, no, they all disappeared again, but that's just kind of what happens. I don't know why, but I think it's actually inside interference. I don't think it's real. Anyway, I thank you guys for being here. We got 32,800 views. I've kept it to 4 hours and 21 minutes. We'll do 4:22, I guess. I want to thank you guys for being here, and we will see you very soon. So thanks for tuning in. I won't be here next Sunday. I'm going to do my vacation, but I will be back shortly thereafter, and I got through all of my slides. So get ready. I don't know what's going to happen. If something doesn't take place, then we'll do another show. If something does take place, you heard it here first. Thank you for watching.